Heal, and welcome to the HellfireComms Livestream playthrough of a kind of unusual last-minute 3DS release that Nintendo put out. This is Kirby's Extra Epic Yarn, and today I'm joined by Spa.
Hey guys, how's it going?
And we're going to be playing through this. This is actually my first time properly playing through the game. As you can see, there's that test file there that was just me dicking around with audio settings for an embarrassing amount of time, but we're going to be starting fresh. I have played the Wii version. I haven't played this version. This version, you can see on the title screen, you got 2 extra mini-games which weren't in the Wii one. But we're going to be doing the main story to start with, and maybe we'll dip into the mini-games toward the end. But yes, Spa, do you have any experience with this particular game?
I watched Chugga Conroy's playthrough of the Wii version.
That is entirely fair. That's one of his that I haven't got around to watching yet. But when I played the Wii version of the game, it was originally on the lead up to our Super Nintendo-thon, when I sort of took on that game. I think last minute in prep, I took on the Wii version of the game and was like, I should probably actually see what this is about before going into it blind. And I really enjoyed it, and I would say that the Wii version of the game is probably my favourite Kirby game, which is why this one, as unusual of a last-minute 3DS release as it was, it kind of got my interest. I've heard mixed things about this one, but one thing I do want to clear up is that this does seem to run at 60 FPS, which is contrary to what I've seen a lot of people say about it, so that's just one thing to bear in mind. It's not gimped in the frame rate department, at least.
3DS game running at 60 is pretty rare in and of itself, so...
Well, to be fair, you had games like Kirby Triple Deluxe, which mostly ran at 60. It tried, sometimes it was pushing its luck a bit, but this game does still have quite a simplistic art style, and there's not usually that much going on screen. So it does kind of check out that they managed to make it work, which I'm grateful for, because this is such a charming little game. I want it presented in the best way possible.
Does this game run smoother because all the character models are empty? Is that why?
I'm not entirely sure. The only thing I could think of that would be taxing on it, maybe, is when there's a lot of beads on screen.
Yeah, for sure.
But, even then, it seems to handle that pretty well, at least from, the first couple of levels that I did my test with.
So, as we're getting started here, thank you, Deimos, for the funny resub for 69 months.
Nice. Thank you, Deimos. And Axel says, this game really strings you along.
Yep, that's going to be us for today.
Yep. So yeah, the story that I've basically just been rambling over, with being warped into this particular world here, this game is an isekai. That's basically what's going on here. We've been isekai'd into the land of Wool, and we're starting off at Patch Castle, which is basically our tutorial level, so let's get into that.
I'm thinking of it now. A Paper Mario game with this kind of isekai trend to it would be interesting if you take the normal Mario and put him in the paper world instead, so he's got to get used to how things are different. That would be kind of interesting.
Didn't they sort of do that with the Mario and Luigi paper crossover thingy, or was that something else?
They brought Paper Mario to the regular world and didn't do anything else interesting with the game, so...
Well, that seems like a trend from what I've been hearing about the more recent Mario RPGs, to be fair.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people liked Paper Jam, but I just didn't really care for it. After Dream Team was really, really fun, I didn't care for Paper Jam at all, which is sad because I actually really like the Paper Mario series.
Yeah, I have basically very little experience with it. I played a bit of Origami King, and it was one of them games that I enjoyed, but never got around to finishing for one reason or another. But I know that in itself was one of the more divisive ones, like one of the later ones.
I should clarify my statement. When I said that I liked the Paper Mario series, I like Thousand Year Door and Super. That's about it.
I know a lot of people like the first one as well, but yeah, that is kind of a common thing that I hear.
I am not actually a fan of the first Paper Mario. I think it's way too simplistic in its mechanics and characters that there's just not really much to hold any of my interest in that game, which is kind of sad because it is very charming.
Yeah, like I say, I haven't played much in the way of Paper Mario. I have played the Super Nintendo game, the Super Mario RPG, which I did enjoy quite a lot. Even if I look back at my recording of it and realise I was playing in like the most inefficient way possible. But that's kind of how I do things.
It'd be like that sometimes.
Yeah.
I look back at things I did at the start of the KH1 LP and I'm like, why the fuck did I do this?
It's fine. It'll only play on your mind until the day you die.
Yeah, it'd be like that.
Yeah. So does that mean the crown person is the tig-bidded elf waifu? I can't talk today. I guess if you want that kind of best girl Deimos.
It's funny because elfu wife is also proper English as well.
Proper English.
Yeah.
That's a series of words I didn't expect to see next to each other. Oh, and we get the slimes, which is another isekai staple, I guess.
Who knew we were going to spend the wholesome Kirby game talking about isekai and big-tittied elf waifus?
Yeah, it does feel a little bit wrong talking about this stuff when Kirby's on the screen.
We'll just talk about eldritch gods and horrors beyond our mortal kin instead.
Yeah, but see, that's part of the charm of Kirby, and the fact that, like, Kirby himself keeps this wholesome persona even when all that shit's going on.
Speaking of persona...
Here we go.
Tomorrow is the release of Persona 5 Royal on all the new stuff, and I'm just kind of like, alright.
You're gonna play it again, aren't you?
I'm gonna play it again, but like not right now. I'm really not that interested in buying it right away.
That's fair.
First of all, I want to see how good the ports are. Second of all, I want to see if there's any interesting mods that come out for the PC version. Because I'm not gonna lie, as much as I love Persona 5, there's a lot of stuff that I think could be changed in terms of gameplay, and a few very questionable things that happen in certain story segments.
What do you mean, like, as in just not written well, or...?
As in, homophobia.
I know there's some contention when it comes to stories being rewritten because of stuff like that, so, you know, I kind of...
I mean, it's not even an important story segment, it's literally just they introduce a couple of throwaway characters that are homophobic stereotypes.
Yeah.
So... Anyway, enough about that.
It's fine, I'm sure we can find some other discourse that we can inject opinions in along the line.
So what is this place? I vaguely remember something about the apartment from Chugga's playthrough, but not much of it.
So, you can collect items as you go along and decorate your apartment with them. I am not going to be spending much time doing this because it is just solely a side thing that I'm not that fussed about. But while we're here, let's put that chair he just gave us down somewhere.
Sure.
So, it's actually using the touchscreen by the look of it.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that makes sense.
Maybe. Oh, never mind. I see. It's like you can pick presets. I get it.
Oh, okay.
So, let's put that down there. Let's put this up here. Standard male living space, that'll do.
Don't put the chandelier on the floor.
Well, I'll put it up later. So, BJ's Paul asks, what's my favourite Kirby game? I said in the intro just now, I would say that out of the games I've played, I would say probably the Wii version of this. Maybe this will tide me over, maybe it won't, I'm not sure. But I did also enjoy Forgotten Land a lot as well.
The demo of Forgotten Land is the only Kirby game that I have ever played, if you even count a demo as a Kirby game. So, yeah, that's my experience with the series.
Okay, so just off the bat here, this is one of the new things that's been added to the 3DS version. You now, although they're not like full-on copy abilities like the main series games, you do have these extra abilities that you can pick up. Like I just got this weird rainbow cap thing. What this does, this lets you create these things that you can throw out of thin air rather than having to grab hold of an enemy for it.
Oh, okay.
I can't see it making too much of a difference, honestly, but you know, it's neat that we've got some changes.
It is better than nothing, and I mean, like, infinite ammo is always a good thing for a game like this, I suppose.
Probably, yeah. Like, this is one thing that I will say, Kirby's Epic Yarn is a very easy game. There is no, like, proper death state. There's very little in the way of actual challenging levels that you can't just sort of bum rush your way through. And like by that I mean it's easy even by Kirby standards, but I'm kind of okay with that sometimes, partially because I'm a scrub and partially because I just like having a relaxing game from time to time.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, dying is just you lose a bunch of beads.
Yeah.
So that it really only affects your score, not anything else.
Yeah, and in terms of the score, the only place where that really matters is in the boss fights. Because it's getting the full patch on a boss fight that lets you unlock the optional levels, which I will do my best to show off. Because like they're only short and, you know, there's some fun extra levels. But we'll see what happens.
For sure. Full disclosure, this is probably going to be 2 sessions. I think you're planning on having the YouTube version be one long video edited together. So anyone watching there will obviously only have one thing to watch.
Yeah, like when I did it in the marathon, I did it in one sitting. I think it's like the main game is like 5 or 6 hours, but you know, we're doing a lot more casual right now, and that just works better for us, I think.
Yeah, and I don't have 6 hours to sit here for a game. I only have about 3 or 4 before I would need to head off for something, and so that's why we're breaking things up just a little bit here.
That's fair enough. I think what we'll probably do is we'll probably do to the end of the water level. That's about the halfway point. And then we can pick things up on, most likely Wednesday, we're going to be doing the rest of it.
Yeah, Snake does also have his stream later tonight, and I think they're playing Earth Defense Force 5 or 6 or something like that. Which I know a lot of people have been looking forward to, so we definitely don't want to step on any toes with that one.
That too, yeah, because unlike me, Snake actually has a schedule for his streams. Someone's fancy over there. But yeah, that is one thing, like, if any of you guys watching right now are on the Discord, Snake usually announces his streams ahead of time what he's going to be playing there. I think usually at the start of the week he lets people know what he's going to be playing, so if you're not in the Discord, I think there's a link under the stream, isn't there, Spa?
I believe there's a command for the Discord. We might have changed it. I think we changed things around during the marathon and never changed them back. Or oh, that's right, Nightbot got deactivated and Tom hasn't reactivated it because he got sick a while back and is still under the weather and we never got around to reminding him.
Yeah, that's true. I feel really bad for Nightbot.
Jesus.
Nah, but like we're doing some extra stuff this week because Tom's not feeling too great and don't really want him worrying about the channel when he's not feeling too good. So you get some extra me, but more importantly, you get some extra Spar and some extra Axel.
I wouldn't say it's important to get extra me, but you know, it is what it is.
You've been doing basically everything lately, mate.
Hey, you're the one that's been editing all the marathon VODs.
Yeah, but I'm done with that now.
Okay, that's true. You've also been, like, doing all the work on my audio to make sure it's all, like, actually sounding halfway decent on the videos as well.
Yeah, I've been trying to make the video sound a little bit better after the fact lately, because, like, I know what a lot of people do is they'll just take the recording from Twitch or the recording from OBS and put it up, but I've never really liked how that tends to sound, you know, like every little bit of background noise, it kind of gets captured. If we accidentally talk over each other, that gets left in, and I don't really like that, so I'll try to clean it up at least a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I have a noise gate on my Discord, so that shouldn't come through the call, but of course things are going to slip through, and then there's that one thing that we won't talk about that we also suffer from when it comes to recording, so...
Oh, don't worry, I have the exact same thing, and it's arguably worse than yours. Now, my thing is the annoying little whistle that I do with my nose completely involuntarily. It's so fucking annoying, because I have to clear every one of them up manually. Because, like, you can't run a filter on that, or it just hurts the audio as a whole. Did I make it in? Oh, slightly a little bit too late.
Just off of it. Oh, well. BJ's Pool is asking if we watched the Kirby Right Back At Ya TV series / anime. I think it was an anime.
It was an anime, yeah. I haven't watched it. I've heard the stories about the dub. Apparently it was quite an interesting 4Kids dub that had going on.
I vaguely recall watching a few episodes of it when it was on around the same time as like Yu-Gi-Oh! Or something else on a Saturday morning, but I didn't really ever get into it for real.
That's fair. It was one of the things that sort of got lost in the shuffle around that particular time. But I did also see BJ's mention in the chat about which this game got ported alongside the Return to Dreamland port. I'm glad that that game is getting ported, but yeah, I do find it kind of strange that this game was ported to the 3DS when it was, because this game came out in 2019, so the Switch had already been out for a couple of years at this point. So, especially at that time, I feel like it would have made more sense to try and maybe buff up the Switch's library with an extra port, more so than the 3DS.
I think maybe they didn't want to compete with a Kirby game that was coming out at the time, which might have been like Star Allies or something.
Maybe, although like it seems like it probably would have been a good maybe downtime game, if nothing else. Like hold on to it for when there isn't much releasing. I really fucked that up. Let's just do it normally and not try to get all the beads. It'll be fine.
Yeah, we're, like, pretty sure we said we're not going for 100% here. It's just kind of, show off some cool things, have a good time playing the game, whatever.
I've done, like, 100% of the items that show up in level before. I'm not doing a full 100% run of this, because it does take kind of a long time, especially given there's little side missions that show up later. And, yeah, a lot of them are just, like, very slightly different missions in the levels you already played.
Ah, okay. See, I didn't even know about all that.
I've got to say, this completely changes the dynamic here with Kirby having a sword in this game.
Oh, right, because you got the special hat, which I'm not quite sure what that hat actually is.
It looks like it's a literal tinfoil hat.
Yeah, that's kind of what it looked like, but the in the Discord video quality, I couldn't really tell that well.
No, it's like Kirby's just worried that the lizard men are listening into him or some shit.
Alright.
Rainbow Curse, I think that was the Wii U one, wasn't it? I never played that.
Let me check. It did come out on the Wii U, yes.
Yeah, I think that one had like a sort of paintbrush kind of gimmick to it. I think that's why people were saying that it would probably be harder to port than some of the others, because it was like using the Wii U's touchscreen.
Feels like that went along really well with the Paper Mario Color Splash. Very similar kind of vibe with the paint colors and all that, although Color Splash I don't think did that well. Because it kind of continued the trend of Paper Mario stuff that people didn't really like.
It also continued the trend of being on the Wii U, so no one bought it.
I mean, yeah, that's a problem in and of itself.
Yeah, it's like one of the things. Like I usually kind of get where people are coming from when they say like a system's like being too reliant on ports and whatnot. But, like, at this point, everything that was on Wii U, just put it on the fucking Switch. You know, like, no one has a Wii U. It's not worth letting the game just sort of rot and die there, so put it out on the Switch.
Right, yeah. I could honestly recommend that if anyone still has a Wii U, to figure out homebrew, and that's all I'm going to say on that subject. But it's honestly been the best thing that I've done with my Wii U is figure that out, because being able to play a lot of different games actually makes the Wii U a decent console.
When, you know, the Wii U's better when it actually has games.
Right, yep.
But yeah, like, I never did homebrew my Wii U, but I do have a homebrewed Wii that I picked up a little while ago. Like, I just picked up a second Wii just to fuck around with, because I saw it for, I think, like 20 quid.
Alright, yeah. I don't know if porting Lost World to other consoles besides PC would really be the win that we're talking about for, like, porting Wii U games. We're talking about stuff like, I guess Paper Mario Color Splash for, like, the few people that liked it, Xenoblade Chronicles X and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, saying that, like, I would like even, like, less popular games to still be available, because, you know, there's always going to be someone who's curious and wants to give it a shot, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Like, I kind of feel like no game should ever be stuck on an old console, even if it ended up being bad.
Like, especially when it comes to, like, hardware being a requirement for that, because, like, you know, that's the sort of thing that becomes a preservation nightmare, because hardware has a habit of dying.
Yep, both versions of the DS and the Wii U, and a lot of the stuff on the Wii kinda is pretty rough for that. And wow, you're not good at timing this, huh?
No, I'm not. What you're supposed to do is, if you time it as it's there, it, like, does a complete cycle, so it'll land where you hit it. But as you can tell, my timing is shit.
Whatever.
Devil's Third, that was another Wii U exclusive, or did that get a PC version in the end? I can't remember.
Let me check that one. Looks like it was released on PC, but that's it. It's just PC and Windows. Or
Okay.
PC and Wii U, rather. Both of those words started with a W, so I said the other thing.
Okay, we've been but thou musted into going back to the area. It's the market. What's one to do? I wonder what we're supposed to put in those silhouettes.
I don't know, probably a pizza.
Let's see, did we get the pieces or not? I can't remember.
Pretty sure we got the sofa. I don't remember if we got the flower or not. Looks like we did.
Yep, there we go.
Alrighty, well, we did it. Please never speak to us again.
Home decor is my passion. Yeah, there are a lot of GBA games on the Wii U eShop, which I'm surprised they haven't got that on Switch yet, because that seems like, you know, there'd be a good market for that, like if they put it on the subscription thingy.
There's a lot of things that seem like there would be a good market for that on the Switch that aren't on the Switch.
Very true.
We could spend an entire stream talking about that.
Yeah. Because, like, some of it, I know why they're holding off on stuff. It's a cynical kind of artificial scarcity thing they're trying to do, and I get that that works. But at the same time, when it comes to classic stuff like GBA games and that, it's either you can sell it to people or they will pirate it. Like, there's not really a question there. Because, like, for HD games and that, I realise that the emulation pool is a lot smaller for that, but, like, fucking GBA games, people will play it one way or another.
Right, for sure.
Okay, oh, this is the bomb. Okay.
Alright. Again, this changes the vibe of the whole game.
Just a little bit. At least, in fairness, bomb is a classic Kirby power-up, but still.
I mean, the sword is too, so there's that.
Well, like, the thing with the sword is because it's not attached to, like, the yarn, it, you know, like, your control works out a bit differently, whereas this, like, is going back to using the yarn, but it just happens to have an explosive at the end of it.
Yeah. Also, I like this hat a lot more than the tinfoil thing that you had.
I don't know, there's part of me that can't not like the tinfoil hat.
As Nat asked in the chat earlier, back when we talked about that, asking if Kirby is a flat earther.
Kirby knows what they're hiding around the perimeter, guys.
Well, all Kirby games were 2D up until Forgotten Lands, so maybe Kirby was a flat earther because everything was flat. And then he just learned when the game went into 3D.
No, like Kirby's just got a whole folder full of just different pictures of the horizon.
So I remember the Wii U version had a co-op mode where you could control Prince Fluff, I think his name is. Is that it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So another character could control the prince as a co-op mode. Is that in this as well?
That isn't, unfortunately. That was like the one thing that did have to get cut on the 3DS. And I suppose they could have done like a wireless thing, but you know, last minute release on a dying system.
Yeah, I feel like it wouldn't have really worked out that well. I guess that's why the prince shows up randomly in the levels and can like reward you with more beads to make up for the fact that you can't do the co-op.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those kind of co-op games where it's very much reliant on you and the other guy like being on screen together.
Mm-hmm.
And games like that, as we found from playing Super Mario 3D World online, don't tend to lend themselves too well to just, you know, doing it without the person there. And I'm not sure why I'm going so slow right now. I can't remember if there's something I'm meant to press or just build up momentum.
I think it's building momentum going up and down the hills, but it's weird that you lost so much of it, I guess, because you jumped off the first couple of hills and weren't able to build up any speed, but looks like we're moving pretty well now.
Yeah, what you really meant to do is use them things to bounce off, but I guess I wasn't really lined up with them properly. Let's try and get this. There we go. Boing, boing. Got it. It's satisfying when you can pull off streaks like that.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, talking about the frame rate earlier, this looks like it's running pretty smoothly on my end. Granted, the Discord video is only 30 FPS, so I can't say if it's smooth 60, but it does look like it's like not dropping any frames or anything.
It is feeling smooth to play right now, yeah, which I am happy about, because whenever a game gets like a downward port like this, that is one thing that sometimes does get dropped. Cool. Stay. There we go.
There we are.
I think the Donkey Kong Country Returns port on 3DS got lowered down to 30, and that's kind of why I was a bit worried about this.
Okay. That feels like a game where the 60 FPS is really more necessary than something like this.
Yeah, although, like, in general, you know, I want 60 for everything. At least 60 for everything.
Yeah. It kind of feels like this game is so easy that you don't really need to make those split-second decisions. Whereas Donkey Kong Country is a bit more difficult of a game, so a higher frame rate is going to help with something like that.
Yeah, especially Returns, because I remember that one being, like, infamously difficult in parts.
I think I played the first few levels of Country 1 and 2, and I was on stream at the time. We were celebrating the birthday of someone that used to be hang around HFC, but I don't think has interacted with anyone in a while. Can't even remember who it was. But like Tom was on the stream with me, and he was like very upset that I was playing badly at a game that I was not good at in general and had never played before.
Like, DKC is kind of a learned gameplay style, similar to Sonic in a way, I would say. That, like, if someone's playing DKC and you can tell they don't play DKC games often, it shows. And I have certainly been guilty of this. I have attempted to stream Donkey Kong Land before, and that didn't work out too well.
Yeah, I do unfortunately remember that. It's a hard game.
It's a hard game, but admittedly I probably should have got a better feel for it before going live, so I ain't gonna blame the game for that.
Whatever.
This is a pretty cool power here. Like, it seems to give you a bit of a tornado, but also gives you like a metal cutting sound effect. Which I can't say is exactly fitting, but hey, it feels cool.
But like a pair of scissors cutting the yarn would seem fitting, but like I don't think that's what this is.
No. Plus, wouldn't that kind of be like murder?
I don't know. Isn't everything murder in this series?
You're not exactly wrong. It's making this level go by a lot faster than I remember it going in the Wii version, so, you know.
Yeah, that little extra jump is helping quite a bit, actually. This might be one of the best power-ups so far.
It seems like it, yeah, because like one of the problems with vertical levels in the Wii version is that because you're strictly waiting on these balloons to come out, like, we're going to have to do a little bit off here, but like there would be a timing game, especially when you're trying to work around those things that are just waiting to shoot you.
Right, yeah. It gives you like a little bit of extra height and some protection on your jump so that you're not like constantly getting hit by stuff.
But I still do need to pay attention to where I am, or that happens.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Enjoying some nice music right now.
I really do like this game's soundtrack, yeah. Like, especially the bits of soft piano, which for a lot of platformers maybe wouldn't work, but this is like the opportunity to make it work here.
Yeah, for sure. This is like the kind of vibe that Kirby needs to go for, I think, especially in a, you know, yarn-based game where everything is just kind of comfy and, you know, just soft like this.
Like, there are some more upbeat tracks later on in the game, which are also fantastic, but, you know, like, Kirby in general, I find, does have some absolute bangers over the series, so, you know, it fits perfectly.
Yeah, that level seemed really short.
At least compared to how I remember it being. Oh. Like, a lot of Kirby games do have a game of this type, that's some kind of timing game. I've never been good at any of them.
At least you've been getting the gold medals pretty consistently.
Yeah, like I say, that doesn't really affect much outside of the bosses. I'm not sure how many more levels we got, whether this is the boss or not. Let's see.
It seems like we're at the edge of this area, I guess.
We're at the edge, but we're not at the top.
Okay, I mean, that looks like a boss.
Yeah. Fangora. The end of the world.
The intro to the boss is a lot scarier than the boss itself, judging by that design.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Now, what I'm actually going to have to do here, if I manage to pull it off right, is I'm actually going to have to throw off a couple of cycles. Because if you look at the meter along the top, I need to get more beads than I would get if I naturally one-cycled this.
Right, yeah.
Although having this power-up might actually be a liability, so I'm going to get rid of it for this fight. Oh, he's coming out there.
It's going to keep bouncing around, though.
Yep, and I'll have to just hope it won't get too annoying.
Okay, it looks like it's going to disappear.
Nope, I don't want to lose speeds, Jesus.
So when you get hit, can you reclaim all the beads that you lost, or are some lost permanently?
I think it's at least most of them. Let's Let's see. Is this going to be enough? Okay, as long as I don't get hit now, I can beat him.
I think he's about to do the dash. Yeah, here he goes.
Yep. So
He's just going to have to watch out for it.
There he goes. Here we go. He's coming back. Go on, do your thing. Alright, let's do this. Yeet. There we go.
Nice. Hey, here's the prince who also helped.
It was implied that he helped. Got the mole patch. That's what I need to unlock the first of the bonus levels from this world.
Ah, okay.
We did it! We got a piece of the magic yarn. The magic yarn shimmered and spiraled and swirled high into the sky.
I love these little storybook cutscenes.
Yeah, they're perfect for this kind of game.
It's such a good narrative device for games like this.
The yarn weaved its way into the fabric of the kingdom and stitched two pieces of patchland together.
Okay, we're patching them together.
Kirby's tummy was rumbling, so he went searching for food. Too bad there aren't any tomatoes up here, he thought. Suddenly, the tree started rocking back and forth. Kirby thought it was an earthquake until he
Eat a
saw
dragon,
Prince
go
Fluff
searching at the top of
shaking
a tree for
tree.
tomatoes. Just Kirby things.
This is how
Yeah,
we get
just
food
another day.
from Patchland. Kirby tried to hang
All
on
while
for
being
the
made
last
of yarn.
which wasn't very long at all. Look at all that, Fluff cried. Kirby was
How
so
do the
hungry
yarn
that he
people
ran
eat?
after Fluff. He chased him for so long that he forgot
Cannibalism.
all about being hungry.
Yeah, that's basically it. So, let's see what that unlocked for us.
The next world, but also...
Oh, I think this is the underground level. Yep.
Is this a bad thing?
It's not a terrible thing. It's not a great thing.
Oh, okay. That's one of those, then.
Yeah, it's one of them that you do it because the next bonus level is more interesting. So, this is one of the levels. There's usually, I think in each world, at least one of the bonus levels that revolves basically entirely around one of the little Kirby transformations. So this one is the mole.
Okay.
The reason why I'm not too keen on this one is that this is basically what the mole is. It's this.
Yeah, I vaguely recall this from Chugga's videos. It's, not that interesting.
No. I'm gonna try and get the extra stuff, but also I'm not too fussed if I don't.
Yeah, it's kind of like that, too.
Okay, I think for this one you're sort of getting over this way.
Some good music, though. I like this.
It is pretty comfy, yeah. Let's go a little bit faster. Got a carrot chest. But you might turn your clothes orange, okay.
Alright.
Don't think that's quite how it works. I'm not sure where I'm going, but there might be something cool here.
I feel like there was a lot of bonus area back there that we just kind of didn't do, but...
Thanks for the beads. That's what's important right now. Worth worth it.
The digging is almost on beat with the song, which is kind of funny.
That probably should have crushed me.
I mean, you got hurt, but you didn't die.
Yeah, but does it count as getting hurt when your beads just land back on top of you?
I think you did miss some of them. I think some of them got caught under the block, but again, I don't think we care too much about the bonus levels.
No. Let's just keep going down now. There we go. That one should be easy enough to hit.
I was going to say, we shouldn't miss the timing on this one.
I don't know, Spar. I'm pretty good at missing the timing on these. Got the firecracker patch.
Is that the other bonus level?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's 2 bonus levels for each world. It's all about timing, and that's why I'm failing.
I like the way the different patches affect the environment to unlock things, like the firecracker wakes up the owl, which causes the tapestry to fall. Like, that's neat.
It's like a little bit of storytelling in the hub world itself, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
UFO.
Alright, with the UFO again, which is way more interesting than the digger machine. So
Absolutely, yeah. Plus, this is like another classic Kirby staple as well.
Oh, is it? Alright.
Yeah, it's like, I think ever since the NES game, Kirby's Adventure, it's been like one of the regular power-ups you can get.
Okay. Again, my experience with the series is basically nothing, so I can't really say I know anything about the older games.
That's fair. It is one of the series that I would recommend giving a shot, if only because it's like one of the most consistent video game series that I've ever played. Because off the top of my head, I can't think of like a mid Kirby game. You know, like everything's solid. I would say that probably the one low point from what I've played is maybe Dreamland 2, but even that's not bad. It's just a bit, you know, it's an okay sequel to a great game.
Ah, okay. It's like that then.
Yeah. Let's get the telescope. But even then, if I were to talk about my problems with Dreamland 2, it is, at worst, just like a little bit questionable level design, which more comes down to the fact that it's a Game Boy game on a tiny screen, more so than actually being something they could control.
Ah, okay. So similar to kind of the problem of like Metroid 2 compared to Metroid.
Yeah,
the problem is more they put it on the Game Boy than the fact that they didn't make a good game.
Yeah. Here's your Wispy Woods XP, which you gotta have in Kirby. Alright, let's go do another hit point. There we go.
A whole bunch of beads.
Mm-hmm. Was it worth it? No, it weren't.
Oh well.
Missed the thing for the endpoint, but never mind.
What is the it looks like a pause button in the corner of the touchscreen. Is that how you pause the game?
Yeah, that is literally a pause button.
Okay.
It's like you either press start or that.
Okay, interesting. I wonder why you would vote to like hit that instead of just pressing the pause button while you're controlling the game.
Good question. I have an opportunity to get the red. Will it happen? I've lost so many beats trying to be a hero.
Well, you did move directly into that arrow.
To be fair, I'm bouncing all over the place here.
Right.
See, the very calming tone can disguise quite how chaotic it is when you get bounced all over the place.
This is very much a sticker brush symphony kind of level.
A little bit, yeah. It's got a similar sort of thing of an oddly calming piece of music for this.
Mm-hmm.
See, like, this right now is trying to push me down, so that's why I'm having to constantly tap up.
Mm-hmm. You're controlling this with the circle pad or the D-pad?
The circle pad. Like, both work, but, like, I'm just using the pad.
Oh, okay.
Oh, they actually hurt you.
When it comes to 2D games, I know a lot of people just, like, will refuse to use anything other than a D-pad because it is just that, you know, slick four-way movement or whatever. To me, it really depends on what I'm playing and what I want to do with it.
Yeah, like, for the most part, I do kind of get that. Whereas I feel like games like this that are designed with the stick in mind, it usually works a lot smoother than, like, say playing, like, an older game that wasn't designed with a stick in mind.
Also, nicely done.
Yeah, I got one. But yeah, I will say I'm playing this on the new 2DS XL, which does have a slightly thicker D-pad than the 3DS models. So it is a little bit more manageable to use the D-pad on this than the other 3DSs. So it's an option this time. Like, it's an actual option, not just I guess it's there.
Yeah, I had not played on one of the original DS models for a long, long time. Because I had traded it out for a DS Lite. And then obviously I moved up to the 3DS. And a while back, I guess it's been probably 7 or 8 years now, I bought a DS capture card from a friend of HFC, former YouTuber, he might still make videos, I'm not sure, named Datai. He was looking to get rid of his DS capture card, and I bought it from him, and I was trying to record Sonic Colors DS, and the original DS D-pad kind of sucks.
Yeah, it's bigger, but it's also quite flat, isn't it? So you can't really get a grip on it all the time.
And the edges feel very sharp after you've been playing for like 2 hours or something. So it actually started to hurt my thumb quite a lot. And I ended up having to, like, I ended up, like, sending it back to him, and he gave me my money back for it. But, like, yeah, it was kind of unfortunate how bad the original DS was after, you know, coming back to it for so long.
Right now I'm using the new 2DS because it's just like convenience. Like, I've got me new 3DS XL all set up with me Pokemon White 2 stuff been recording, and I don't really want to fuck around with that. So I'm using this for this stream. But on the whole, I do much prefer the new 3DS XL just because everything's that little bit bigger, a little bit more comfortable. And unlike the new 2DS XL, it doesn't feel like it's going to break in my hands half the time.
Yeah, I've got a 3DS XL, and I honestly don't understand how anyone uses a normal 3DS. It's just so unbelievably tiny that I could not fathom my hands being able to use those buttons.
Yeah, like, I do have a bit of a soft spot for my original Model 1, but I think that's more sentimental because, like, my parents bought it for me as a present, more so than it actually being a good bit of kit.
Yeah, I can understand that. I had a Game Boy Color, one of the old late 90s translucent ones where you could, like, see into all the hardware and stuff. Are you soft locked? Okay.
No, it's just, like, it took me a minute to register what he was doing there.
Yeah, I had one of those, the kind of purple translucent models for the Game Boy Color. That was actually a gift from my grandfather within about a year of him passing away, so that one's always been special to me. I think it is currently in a storage locker. I might need to double check on that because it's something that I don't ever want to lose because of that.
Yeah, I get you. I'm one of them people that, like, there's been a few things I've had to part with over the years, but, like, I just can't let game hardware go. Like, if you remember from the Sonic-a-thon, I was playing Sonic Adventure 2 on my Dreamcast that I got in, I think, about 2001. No, well, 2000 it would have been.
Right, yeah.
And I've just held on to it just because, you know, like, it's my Dreamcast.
Right, yeah. And it lasted longer than Tom's Xbox 360.
I mean, like, Tom had that Xbox 360 for a lot longer than most 360s fucking lasted.
It was also not being used for about half of that time either.
Yeah, although to be fair, with some hardware that doesn't help.
I'm actually kind of scared to try my 360 because I haven't turned it on for about 5 or 6 years, and I wonder if it's even still good.
Yeah, my one was one of the Elite model ones, which I think came out a little bit after, like, the worst of the 360 issues had been patched up. But, like, you know, they are still vulnerable. It was never a consistently solid piece of hardware.
Yeah, I've got the slim model, so I think it's not prone to the, you know, red ring thing or whatever, but it's still, like, it's still an Xbox 360, and it still hasn't been turned on for, you know, a multitude of years, so...
Yeah, I think the slim ones on the whole did have, like, the worst of the problems fixed. Like, I don't think they red ring, or, like, they don't have that overheating problem that the original models have. But, like, again, as you say, if it's been left there for a little while, it could have made up its own mind somewhere along the lines.
Right, yeah.
Like, the original Model 360s, it's like, it was a bit of a dirty tactic what they were doing, because, like, that was deliberately rushed out specifically to beat the PS3 just to get a bigger game library, and it shows. It really shows.
Yeah. There was a lot that was great about the 360 at the time, and they sadly didn't carry almost any of that over into the next two consoles, which is really sad to see. Unfortunately, Sony really stepped up with the PlayStation, and at least in terms of what the actual hardware is and the game libraries and stuff, I think the PS4 and PS5 have been great. Problems with, you know, the amount of them available and pricing aside.
Yep. Both of the owners of PS5s really like them. But I will disagree about the Xbox Series X, to be fair, because I've got mine. I quite like what it offers hardware-wise. Like, it seems at least competitive with the PS5, and also, like, the operating system itself, I think is better than the PS5's one. They really need to get some more unique games, because that's the part where the PlayStation's winning right now.
The biggest problem with unique games for Xbox is that everything they do is also on PC nowadays, which is almost always a better way to play for games like that. And so you end up just being like, why do I even bother? Like, that's why a lot of people say that the Series X is really just kind of there so you have a better way to play older games like Sonic Unleashed and stuff like that.
I think they're going for something quite unique. I can't do this particular puzzle with the power-up. I'm going to have to drop it to do this. You need to put the bomb down over here. Put the bomb down over here, I said. There we go. Yeah, but, like, what they're going for with Xbox nowadays is Xbox is less of just the name for a particular piece of hardware, and it's more just like a platform. Xbox is less competing with PlayStation now, and it's more, I feel, competing with Steam. And the Series X is just like a Steam machine that people actually bought.
Yeah, that's true. They are trying to expand beyond just being, you know, a home console, so... I get that's what they're going for. I just don't think it's working well for what I might want.
Yeah, that's fair. Right, I'm going to let it blow these beads up and then do the thing. There we go. But, like, I think also the other place where Xbox is doing better than, like, Sony and Nintendo right now is in terms of like these subscription services that they're all doing now, the Xbox One is a lot more generous with like the games that it's offering. Because like Nintendo are just doing retro stuff, and Sony, they seem to be picking a couple of games each month that they add to it. But like the Game Pass has anything you would associate with Xbox is basically on Game Pass. Like they've got all the Halo stuff, they've got all the Forza stuff, you know, like they've got all their big name games.
The difference being that you need to consistently pay for Xbox Game Pass in order to keep playing it. But for the PlayStation stuff, once you get it from the free PlayStation Plus, you have it permanently, even if you stop paying for the subscription.
Is that how that works on PlayStation? I wasn't sure about that one.
I am 99% sure, and I'm pretty sure people in the chat can confirm for me that's the case, that I'm pretty sure that's how PlayStation Plus works. Once you get something free from PS Plus, you have it permanently, even if you stop paying for the subscription.
That might have been changed, because I remember using PS Plus a little bit, I think when it first came out on PS3, and that was doing like the free games, but that was dependent on like an ongoing sub. And also same with the Nintendo one, obviously that's tied to the sub. They might have changed that.
Right, yeah. I know there's definitely been, even without paying for the subscription, there's been some free games that have been offered on PlayStation. Like I got the Ratchet and Clank reboot game, and also Horizon Zero Dawn completely for free due to certain things they had going on a couple years back. Damos is saying in the chat that free games on PS Plus do vanish once you end your Plus subscription, so I guess I was just kind of making that up. I do seem to recall that being the case, but maybe they've changed it, because they did change a lot about PS Plus in the past year or so, it might have been a thing that existed at one point, or I may have just completely misremembered or misunderstood. Apparently it's never been the case, so I just completely misunderstood what the entire thing was. That's my bad then.
I've just been confusing it with something else, to be fair, it happens.
Yeah, whatever. In that case, yeah, I guess the Xbox Game Pass probably is better than PS Plus for what you're getting out of it.
It definitely seems to have a better library, and the fact that it has better backward compatibility support as well, because like PlayStation's it's backward compatible with PS4 stuff, which makes sense because like hardware-wise, it's just a more powerful version of that. But like anything before that on PlayStation, it's a bit fucky. You've either got the PS3 games, which are all cloud bollocks, or you've got like the PS1 and PS2 emulation that they've got going on, which is not good emulation.
Okay. There's also fact that Game Pass is also available on PC, which is a really nice addition, and PlayStation does have its PS Now service, which is also on PC, but that's all cloud gaming, and so that's just kind of worthless, as far as I'm concerned.
Like, yeah, unless you're like literally living right next door to their servers, I wouldn't even bother with that.
Yeah, I looked into it, and I was like, oh yeah, it's streamed directly to you, and I'm like, okay, let me just look at my download speed, 23 megabits per second. Alright, cool.
I'll spar at some point, please download like the demo for the Switch Kingdom Hearts thing and just record how it plays on your connection. I am curious.
Oh, is there a demo for it? I might do that.
Yeah, there is, because I remember playing that just out of sheer curiosity, and my connection, like, it's not amazing, but it's like much better than yours is, and even then, it was literally unplayable. So, like, on yours, it's gonna be like a fucking PowerPoint.
Yeah. Also, that is basically what happens when you die in this game. What happened just a moment ago is you basically put back at a similar point and you lose a bunch of beads. That's it.
I'm not sure whether that thing stays closed, so I was getting a bit nervous. Yes, but you might as well live in a cave for your connection.
Yeah, it's like 23 megabits per second download speed and 1.8 up, which is bad.
Have you thought about like maybe getting a carrier pigeon? Speed things up a little bit.
Do my live streams through carrier pigeon.
Yeah, if you look out the window in 5 minutes, you'll see what Spar's saying. Has the story begun unraveling yet? No, but this level is. Cool cave in the lava level. Oh yeah, I remember this one. It does actually look cool. I was going to say that without the emphasis, then realised. Oh, didn't mean to turn around.
It's more of that nice, soft piano.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why I put the T on the nice instead of the soft, but you know, it be what it be.
It'd be like that sometimes, yeah. Need a bit of a better jump, I reckon.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think I need to run up from the other side. I get it now. And it's probably nothing important up there, but still. I'll give this one more try. There we go.
There you are. Now, is there anything worth all of that trouble? Not really.
Let's pretend we didn't see any of that, okay? I do like the little submarine Kirby though, that's cute.
Yeah, it's cute. A lot of this game is cute. It's just it's a vibe game. It's a very vibe game.
But like sometimes that is all you really want from a game, and I do appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
And like I know they did make the Yoshi game as well, which I've heard mixed things about. Like I've had some people say they like it. I've heard Richie say he prefers this to that. So yeah. It's one that I will get around to playing eventually, but the eventually list.
I think I played the demo for the Yoshi one, and I was like, okay, I don't really get it.
I think it's based more on like Yoshi's. Was it Yoshi's Story it was going for more so than Yoshi's Island?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Which I think is already a thing that people don't like as much. I think people prefer Island to Yoshi's Story.
Well, Story is one of them games that is also very, very easy. So I think that's the sort of thing that filters out a lot of people.
Sure, I like those sound effects, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a little bit sus, yeah. There was a very obvious solution on what to do there, and I didn't take it.
Well, you killed the spike ball, so I guess it works.
True. Oh, I was pushing me luck there. Oh, I know what to do here. There's gonna be a thing falling here. And I'd need to make sure it doesn't die in the spikes. So I need to lift it a little bit higher than that.
Mm-hmm. And then get out of the way.
Usually a good idea, yeah. Okay, so I've missed the other two things, cool.
Oh, alright.
But at least I got this thing back, which I like this thing, and it means I can just do that. That's mean. With the spikes there, that is mean.
It's probably a good thing you went into that, because I think you were going to get crushed.
Nope. Nope. This is going to be one of those things. I'll stand back a little bit and go over here. Nope.
Oh, there we are. Okay. Oh well, there goes all the beads.
There goes all the beats. I'm not accounting for how slippery this is. But I want it now, so I'll let the big one go through. And jump on it. And It's not a good day. It's not a good day for Kirby. There we go.
There we are. Okay.
I know I'm gonna miss that when I get to the end, making that all pointless. But you know.
I mean, I'm pretty sure we have lost our chance at a gold medal as well.
It's fine. Come on.
Don't you just love waiting in video games?
Yeah, here's one of them sections.
Yeah, it's the least interesting game mechanic that anyone has ever come up with.
See, that would have been more fiddly in the Wii version. Because I wouldn't have had the little bullshit power.
Yeah, you would have had to bring something up there with you, right? This little enemy?
That's what he's there for, but then you've got to make the jumps while not blasting him off somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think I learnt my lesson about jumping too soon. Or not.
Okay, well, at least you're safe.
I didn't get a spike in my head, that's nice.
You might have to wait for this one to come down, yeah.
We're making progress, guys. We're making progress. Maybe I don't want to do that just yet.
Yeah, wait on that one. See how the cycles go.
Yeah, okay, I do need to do that, but be quick. Okay.
I think you can go now. Because the one that's higher up takes longer to drop down.
What power do we get here? Oh, it's the digger.
Oh boy.
Because this level really wanted to be the weakest link, didn't it?
It even overwrites the cool music.
Yeah. So yeah, this is probably the weakest level so far.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
I'll admit some of it was just me playing bad, but the fact that it's built around waiting around for things, it's not exactly ideal.
It's definitely carried by the music, which, as I said, is being replaced by this machine here. So yeah.
Probably should have went the top route because there's a thing there, but oh well.
Think you got it? Yeah,
Yes. There we go. One dub for this level.
All of the death was worth it.
Was it though? See, in that form was a mini Chozo statue, or you mean like the digger form? I guess there's sort of the weird beak thing going on.
Yeah, I can kind of see that.
Oh, we woke him up.
Oh, he set his house on fire. That would wake me up, too.
You would hope it would wake you up. Dino. It's a jungle. The wicked wild. Look at him go!
Yeah. Didn't you have to shake the Wii remote to do those things in the original?
I think for them ones you just have to hold on to it, but the things that have changed are a lot of the copy powers, like the ender level powers that we've been using, because like stuff like the fire engine that we had a little while ago, that was one that you used to control by tilting the Wiimote around. But in this, they changed it to the LNR triggers, which works. It just took me a minute to kind of adjust to.
Why would it not just be like circle pad or whatever?
Yeah, I guess because you're going left or right with that, so it's like a secondary thing. Oh, I am getting washed back to shore.
Alright.
I will say that the stick on the 3DS is making this feel more floaty than I remember it being on the Wii.
Okay.
And I don't know whether that is actually a thing or whether it's just because I haven't played it in a little while, but you know, it's definitely feeling floatier than I remember.
It's the circle pad has never really been great, but you're also playing that compared to a D-pad, which is always going to be like more solid, I think.
It's kind of a shame that the D-pad on the 3DS models is a little bit lower than what's ideally comfortable for like a primary control.
Now, this is how you do a waiting level better. I won't say it's perfect, but you have at least stuff to do while you're just waiting on this platform.
Yeah, because it's not really waiting, is it? It's like you're still paying attention to what the enemies are doing, and you've still got like reactions to that. So like it feels like you're actually doing something rather than just like I can play the game when the platform gets here. Until then, I stand still.
Yeah.
See, I was saying to myself at the start that the beats aren't that important, but I can't exactly just not... Like, I can't just walk past them. It's very hard to.
Right, yeah. I think we have started to care less about the beads since getting into the second world, which is probably just a byproduct of the levels being a bit tougher to like avoid getting hit on.
You say that just as I went out of my way to go back to backtrack to get a thing.
Well, I mean, it's more like you were doing. I guess it's more like I said, it was easier in the early levels to avoid getting hit, so we were getting gold medals all the time without really trying to, and now we're like, oh, whatever, we don't really care. We're getting hit by a bunch of things anyway.
We have some foreground background antics, which the Kirby 3DS games on the whole like to do.
Okay.
Because like that was one of like the main gimmicks for Triple Deluxe, and then they just sort of carried it over into Robobot, which is a game that I still need to get around to playing because I really did like Triple Deluxe.
I know Tom and Helldragon both like Planet Robobot quite a lot from what they've said over the years.
Yeah, I feel like the only real problem that people had with that particular era of Kirby is that that was where the games sort of look very similar, like surface level wise. And so I can kind of see why some people lost interest over that, but like the games themselves, from what I've seen, are all solid.
It's the kind of thing where all Kirby games kind of do look pretty similar. This one being a pretty strong outlier because of its different art style, but even in terms of gameplay, I would say it's fairly similar. Like, a lot of Kirby stuff is kind of the same thing, but like a couple gimmicks to change it up, and it's just like, how well do those gimmicks really work to like set it apart, I suppose.
Kind of the Pokemon problem in a way.
Yeah, except they don't do their gimmicks well.
Well, no, what they do is they have the foundation for a good gimmick, and then they scrap it before actually using it.
Yeah, this is true.
No, but like, I do exactly get what you mean, and it's the kind of thing where Kirby, I love all the games I've played, but I probably wouldn't like marathon them back to back, because like I feel like that's when it might start to feel a bit samey. Oh, this is another one that's going to be harder with the power. Because you meant to pick up them things and throw them back at him, which you can't exactly do with the sword.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, and I need to get the beads for this one. So let's do a few rounds like this just to get the beads. And then we can worry about fighting him proper. Come on.
Hopefully it's not a thing where you can kill him before you get enough beads.
I think you can, that's why I'm deliberately throwing a couple of turns here. Like, you notice I'm not actually hitting him when he's on the floor there, I'm just letting him get back up himself, just so I can get a head start on the beads.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that was an opening, to be honest.
Yeah, that's what you meant to do. You get it, like you throw these things at him to put the fire out, and then you can start getting hits in while he's like that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So one more, and then I'll be safe to do it. Because like, I think for this boss you probably will have enough, but I'm just thinking better safe than sorry.
Yeah, for sure.
Plus, in case I do get hit while trying to get a hit on him, then you know I'll be able to like get some of them back. Okay, guess that's all he's going to give me in this phase.
I think that's enough to get us to the next thing, yep.
That's enough, so yeah, I'll get a few extras to be safe, and now I can just fight him normally. Also, on the whole, these bosses where there's like it's using the whole screen, they have carried over to the 3DS pretty well. Like there doesn't seem to be any sort of screen crunch issues, like they absolutely could have been.
Yeah, for sure. Thought you were going to run out of time there for a second.
Yep, let's quick get him back. There, I got him back.
Alright.
I have enough now. Slippery control makes that section really nerve-wracking.
Yeah, I imagine so.
Because it's like the car form is fun, but also sometimes you're gonna go into it accidentally. It's sort of like the Unleashed thing, like that game does.
Yeah, always been one of my least favorite parts of that one.
Yeah, okay, I've got plenty still.
I feel like you grabbed more than what you lost.
Maybe I am. No, I'm losing stuff again now, so... Come on, bugger off, let me get the things back, so I don't have to...
Oh no.
Got them. I was getting reckless. Don't get reckless, kids.
Oof. Nice dodge, though.
Okay. I made that a lot harder work than it needed to be, but we beat the Phoenix.
Right? Yep, we got it done. Fortunately, it does not matter how long it takes, as long as you got the right amount of beads.
Yep. Hey there, Crazy Harlequin. Welcome to the stream. Got the hourglass patch. That's the part that's important there.
Mm-hmm.
We did it! We got a piece
Yeah,
of the
buffalo
magic
wings for
yarn.
dinner.
The magic yarn shimmered and spiraled and swirled high into the sky.
The obligatory desert-themed, or dessert rather, themed level.
Yeah, I don't think it's explicitly doing the Lost World thing, but yeah.
Meanwhile, back in Dreamland, the Waddle Dees were very busy inside Castle DDD.
Right, DDD's just like, I wonder where Kirby's gone.
Yeah, I ain't seen him in a while.
Just then, the king noticed that one of his Waddle Dees looked a little... strange.
Yeah, about that.
That Waddle Dee was actually one of Yin Yan's creations. Yeah, soon Dreamland will be wrapped around my knitting needles, Yin Yan cackled. What sort of plan was he stringing together?
I would have loved to have worked on the script for this game.
It does feel like they had a lot of fun with it, yeah. It's fine, I don't need to go back to see your brothers. They're the ones who give you the mini-games, or the side missions. Not going there just yet, though.
That was neat. I liked that.
Yeah. Temper Temple. Oh, it's a fire engine level.
Didn't they learn anything from Super Mario Sunshine?
These are fun enough. And given they've changed the controls for the 3DS, I have to press the button to shoot it.
All the beads are going in the lava, which is like, whatever.
I don't care until I start caring.
Which is like, once we get out of the bonus levels, right?
It only really matters in the bosses, like I say, but it feels good to pick them up. I can waste so much water just by holding the button down here. Yeah, there's a lot more waiting in this game than I remember.
Yeah, this is, I would call this not good auto-scrolling.
Auto scrolls in general have never been something I particularly like, I'll admit. This looks sort of inappropriate.
It does look, yep. It was a 3DS game released at the very end of the 3DS life cycle when everyone was focusing on other stuff, so I'm guessing that like only diehard fans bought copies of this, and so like the amount of copies that are actually in circulation are pretty low, which is why this game is probably high in price now.
Probably is. Actually, do you want to look that up? Oh, I went off the edge, never mind.
Oh, alright.
Look up on eBay how much it's going for now.
Okay.
So I'm curious, because games like this are either stupidly expensive or like £1. There's no real in between.
Kirby's Extra Epic Yarn, Nintendo 3DS 2019, for $94.99.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Another one for $98.
I can't remember how much I paid for it, but it weren't anything stupid like that. I think I got this like a year or so ago.
Oh, someone is selling what claims to be a Nintendo Store demo cart for the game. It has not for resale on the front of it. Obviously, there's no proof that it is what they say it is, but, you know, if it is, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust that from an eBay listing unless they have like some documentation or something. I didn't realise that was still lava, it looked like platform.
Skyward Sword on the Wii is probably still a fairly decent price as far as Nintendo games go, especially since they like did a Switch port of it. I don't think it's one of those games that people are clamoring for.
Yeah, plus that was one that, as far as I recall, it came bundled with some of the like motion pluses, didn't they? So it's probably one of them games that a lot of people bought for that as much as anything.
$16 on average for Skyward Sword Wii, says Gold Member.
Sounds about right.
I still have my copy of the Wii version. I don't think I have my Wii Motion Plus. I might still have the add-on, but I think all of my old Wiimotes ended up dying because I didn't use them for so long that the batteries started leaking. And so they all like corroded and the Wiimotes were no longer usable, so I had to buy a new one for one of the marathons we did a few years back, I think.
Yeah, the Wiimotes don't last long, and that's one of their biggest problems. I'm not sure if there's any like good third-party ones, because I feel like from the Black Knight stream during the marathon, I started to notice that mine's on its way out, like the sensor's not as accurate as it once was. And that kind of causes problems for games that are primarily motion control based.
Right, yeah. I bought one of the character ones. It's like Toad, I think, is the character that's on it. And it's got a Motion Plus built in. And it's been fine for what I've used it for, but I haven't used it for much, to be fair.
Yeah, and it's another one of the things that I feel like Wii games are going to be a bit of a preservation nightmare over time, if only because of stuff like that. Because, like, you can emulate Wii games easily enough, like it runs on Dolphin, but actually having that experience with that particular motion controller, that's a lot harder to keep around.
Right, yeah. There are third-party Wii remotes and similar things that are still being made, I'm pretty sure, and some of them are solid. I have to assume some of them have to be good.
Yeah, there might be one that works. Yeah, but it is always kind of a gamble when you're buying third-party controllers, and it always has been. So if you're looking for stuff like that, definitely read reviews.
Right, yeah. It's kind of a similar thing that Guitar Hero always had, where it's like, there's a whole bunch of third-party guitar controllers out there, and not that many of them are all that good, actually.
Yeah, and then you get the different ones, because like some of the Red Octane ones themselves weren't exactly that great. Like you had the Les Pauls, which had all the neck disconnection issues. You have the World Tour ones where the strum bar comes loose. A lot of them weren't exactly amazing.
Yeah, I remember actually going into... back when I still thought GameStop was a good place to buy anything, I went in there looking for a third-party controller, and the employee actually told me, like, this controller kind of sucks. You definitely shouldn't buy this one. It was like the only good advice I've ever gotten from a GameStop employee.
To be fair, they're probably not paid enough to bullshit you.
I mean, yeah, this is true. Also, hey, nice, first place.
I like that level a lot. Like, the racing levels are a lot of fun. Let's see, can I get the cherry on top? I might have got it. There we go.
There you go.
Yeah, nunchucks have their own set of issues as well. Like, I think the official ones tend to be alright if you take good care of them, but like the thing with nunchucks is that there's a lot of unofficial ones that on the outside look identical to the official ones. So it's easy to pick up a dummy by mistake. Okay, and that's all of the extra levels from this area, so let's move on.
move on. Is the next one Treatland? That's right.
Mhm.
And you said we were going to stop at the water level?
Yeah, so this level and the next level, and I think that will do us for today.
Alrighty.
Now go on to Toy Tracks. You get to play with toy cars.
Alright. Some more nice music, though.
This one, I remember having some fun levels, but also having my personal least favourite of like the extra powers that you get when you get to that section. So we'll wait and see what's what there, because that was mainly bad because of the Wiimote controls, so it might be salvaged here.
Oh, okay. Speaking as someone who has never played either version of this gold member, I would say you're probably fine to get either one. Both of them seem to be pretty solid in their own rights.
Yeah, though just as we were discussing about the price, if you want to play this version, I would get it digitally soon, because I think these shops closing down soon.
Right, yeah.
So, like, if you want it, like, physical copies are obviously out of reasonable price, so if, like, the only way of paying not stupid money for it is to download it now.
Actually, what's the price like for the Wii version? I should check that.
Yeah, that might be a lot more manageable, I'd imagine.
Yeah, okay, like $10 to $15.
Yeah, get the
Looks like
Wii
for
version. Like, that takes away all considerations.
Yeah, I would say go for that. I will step away for a moment. I think I was just called away.
Okay, mate, no worries. Nope, I shouldn't have done that. I really should not have done that. I will say it's nice to still be playing stuff on the 3DS now, because I know it's become a bit of a meme in recent times that like the 3DS is easily moddable and stuff like that, and I definitely get the appeal there, because like, you know, it's a handheld device that you can put basically anything on. But you know, like at the same time, it has some good games in its own right, so you know, you can still have fun with it, like just officially. Also, I haven't really been following the 3DS mod and seen that closely though, so, you know, like, I'm not sure whether it's taken over from the PSP in that respect yet. Come on, where is this going? Might be to that cloud? Huh. Oh, it's just this as a whole, okay. There we go, Tin Robot. But like, as I was mentioning earlier, if you're trying to get hold of Wii games that maybe are stupid money nowadays, if you have a Wii U, or even a Wii, you have options. So that's the kind of thing, that's my take on a lot of this, is I would rather people be able to play games than not be able to play games. So like, if your only options are either paying some guy like $100 on eBay, or like pirating the game, just pirate it. You have soft modded Wii U, yep, that's your options. Oh, I need to actually let go of the thing, that makes sense. Look at him go! That's cool. Wish I hadn't gone into car mode there. Gold member, you paid $100 for TP HD, Twilight Princess HD, the Wii U one. Though, like, didn't that come with like the Wolf Amiibo, or was that only the special editions of it? Don't think that's the intended way of doing that, but it worked. It's easy to lose track of what's like the high route and the low route in this level because of the robot arms moving all over the place. I'll stick with a bomb for now, I reckon. think you can do something with the teddy bear's tears here, but I don't remember exactly what. Guess I do need to just lose the bomb and do it. I might be looking too far into things. Let's try and do a run up. Okay, that's what you do with it, I get it.
He's got it, folks.
I just about got it.
It turns out I was not actually being called away, but it did give me a chance to refill my drink, so whatever.
Okay, so this... Let's actually watch the tutorial here. B turns it around. Oh, okay, that's what's going on. It's gave me a cursor to do this with and just control it with the stick. That makes sense.
Alright. Huh. I feel like this would be a touchpad kind of thing.
Yeah, although then they would have to move the action to the smaller bottom screen, which might not have been that smooth.
Yeah, I guess I can see that.
Still, I think this definitely feels a lot more responsive than the Wiimote was.
Okay.
Yeah, let's try and keep the roads that give us some speed.
Oops, barely missed that one.
Yeah, well. I got the robot, that's the cool part.
Oh yeah, you've got little cars following you. That is kind of cool.
Okay.
Oh.
That's a shame.
Yeah, that's really sad.
Still have the Wii version of Twilight Princess. Was that the one that everyone did like, or the one that they didn't like?
I'm pretty sure people like both versions, but I prefer the Wii version because of the motion controls.
Okay.
I think that actually helps the game a lot, especially with like the slingshot and the bow and arrow and stuff.
Because I remember that one that people were talking about that a lot, because like the GameCube version came out around the same sort of time, and I remember a lot of internet fights about which one was better, because of course it was 2006 on the internet.
Not like the internet has ever been a place where people don't fight, so...
It used to be a lot more bearable. Like, I'd say this from experience on forums back in the day. I feel like when people used to have dumb fights back in the day, it was just because dumb people were being dumb. Whereas nowadays it feels like there's extra levels to it. Like, people are motivated to start dumb fights now, like for like either financial or political reasons or whatever. You know, like if you say something stupid, as long as you can, like, engagement's engagement to a lot of people now. When it used to be you were just a dumbass being a dumbass.
Right, yeah. Also, it's kind of become a thing where a lot of people will go for negative publicity. I don't know why that word was hard to say. Over, you know, kind of trying to be a nice person or whatever. They'll just, like, any attention is good attention nowadays.
Yeah, and like, I don't care to make this some kind of moral thing, because like, if you see my love of dumb online internet drama, I'm basically an ambulance chaser. I ain't trying to be the good guy here, I know that. But like, you know, it's... You kind of have to realise that when people are starting discourse for things, there's almost always a secondary motive. Like, beyond just, this is my opinion and this is what I think.
Some people just like to fight. Some people will, like, have opinions that they don't actually agree with, but they'll post them anyway, just so they can start fights. I was a moderator on an anime forum, and I knew people that did that all the time. They knew that their takes were bad, but they posted them anyway because they wanted to be a troll.
Not gonna lie though. Literally, mate. Usually my sense of enjoyment from online banter is more of an observer than anything else, but like, sometimes it is fun to bait for years.
I guess a lot of it came from the change in how things on YouTube and Twitch got popular, because a lot of people that posted bad takes got popular because all they did was post bad takes. And so that kind of thing is just popular in general now, like with everyone. Yeah.
But then again, that comes down to like the whole engagement, monetization things. Like, even if like the 1,000 people who are replying to you are angry at you, that's still 1,000 replies. So, you know.
Yeah, when it comes to monetization, you're getting a whole bunch of views, whether it's people that hate your work or love it. So
yeah, basically.
Who cares?
I mean, like, I've seen the way a lot of these more controversial figures, let's say, live, and I don't envy that, but also they're kind of bringing it on themselves. Keep getting stuck on stuff.
So I've noticed that there haven't really been any of the new hat powers or whatever since like the first world. I kind of wish they were spread out a little more so they were introduced a bit slower. Just from like an observer's point of view.
Yeah, like I suppose it is the kind of thing of, given the like it was a complete game that they've added these onto after the fact, I guess it is a case of just finding which levels each one works best in, and it just sort of ended up like this. So like, I imagine that if it were an entirely original game, then maybe they would have been a bit more sparing with that.
Right, yeah.
Patching up existing work is an art form in itself, so they've kind of got to do what they got to do.
Patching.
I did the thing. Debate, ramen should be pronounced Rayman. God damn it. Whee, up I go.
Oh, okay.
Get a little bit of height in this level each night.
Lots of little hidden areas, but we got hit a lot.
Well, I got the red thing, so I got the silver at least. It pushed me over.
I feel like getting the red thing on the finisher is like more important than getting the gold medal for like. If I were the one playing, I would care more about that.
It's personal satisfaction, yeah, absolutely. Apparently I have 50 dropped frames. I'm not sure when that was.
Oh, that's just kind of a thing OBS does sometimes.
I'm not sure how optimized the 3DS capture software is, so that might be putting a bit more strain on it than usual.
Oh, well. I'll finish like an hour-long recording session, and I'll come back and like have 50 drop frames on that, even while I'm just local recording. And I'm like, but how though? And like, I don't notice anything in the recording once I go to edit it, so like, who knows what it actually is?
Oh, trust me, I will notice every single drop frame. And I've got this good way of convincing myself there are drop frames when there aren't. I'm good at that.
Oh, yeah, well, I don't know if that's a good thing to be good at, but you know.
Same with audio desync. That's one that's very easy to convince yourself there's a problem when there's not.
That's because there always is when you think there isn't as well.
And it's also because with video games in particular, video game footage, sometimes it's hard to tell what's the recording and what's the game. 'Cause some games do have, like, the odd bit of delay for sound effects and whatnot. Oh, I remember these fucking things.
I feel like audio desync comes in more with dialogue than sound effects, especially if you play a lot of Japanese games with English dubs. That kind of thing just kind of ends up not working that well 90% of the time.
See, I'm more sensitive to, like, things like jump sound effects. That's usually the thing that tips me off that something's wrong. Or like in Sonic, if the character touches the ring but the ring sound effect's a bit delayed, stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
This is coming from experience of just editing together 42 Sonic videos in like the span of a few months. I've become very sensitive to ring sound effects in particular.
I imagine you're probably tired of looking at Sonic for a little bit. It's too bad there's a big Sonic game coming up that you're going to be playing.
I'm looking forward to Frontiers. I think that's going to be a fun time.
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to it as well. I've said many times that about the time I got into the series was when Lost World was coming up, and it was going to be my first new Sonic game after sort of getting into the fan base. And then we got Lost World, and then we got Boom, and then we got Forces, and it was like, oh, okay.
It doesn't exactly inspire confidence, does it?
Can I have a good one, please?
Is this the right way? I feel like I'm going backwards here.
You are going backwards now, yes.
That's the thing.
Don't think any of us are particularly interested in doing a Sonic-a-thon 3 right now. I think we definitely need to take a bit of a break from Sonic, aside from Frontiers.
Yeah. It's the sort of thing that I love covering Sonic, but I also know that eventually both I will want to cover other things, and also people will want to watch other things.
Mm-hmm. Right, yeah.
Let's see, where's this going? Other way, that's what I want. I want to go the other way. Oh, I want to go up there. I see. I'm not completely dumb. Man, this is going to take some cleanup for the non-conversion.
Oh. Honestly, it might be better if you do like I did for Sunshine and just re-record a new one.
Maybe. We'll see.
Of course, the other difference of what I did for Sunshine is the stream that we did was on the GameCube version, and the non-com one I did was the Switch version, so I suppose that's sort of different just in terms of the image quality.
Yeah, in fairness, worst comes to worst, we have Richie trying to the Wii version up, so it's not like we're starved for coverage of that game.
Right, yeah. Also, I think the non-com channel has plenty of stuff going on right now anyway.
I see a thing.
If we do ever happen to do another Sonic-a-thon, then I think showing off some of the like adventure randomizers, or if there's other things like that, would be kind of cool.
Oh, I remember this. You come through this, you do the stuff with the digger, but you have to come back to get whatever that is, like behind the sticker thing.
Oh, okay.
So, it's this stuff around here that I need to clear the stuff out of the way for and then come back.
Mm-hmm. But also leave platforms.
Yeah. Which I may not have done, but I can make some of it work, I think. We'll see. If not, it doesn't matter because it's all optional anyway. Left it just a little bit too high, but I can get this one at least. Which is probably the important one anyway, to be fair.
Yeah. Oh well. It's not like you can really gauge it like while you're doing the digging machine or whatever.
Nah. Whee, over we go. I'll give it another round. Might have been a bit late, we'll see.
Yeah, that looked late.
Oh.
Ah. 20th anniversary might be a good time to do another Sonic-a-thon because it'll give us a few years to recover from doing Sonic so much.
Maybe thinking about the 20th is a bit presumptuous, let's be fair.
I guess, yeah.
We're not doing hot tub streams.
No. No.
Suppose that is kind of what Twitch wants now, but still no. I like this level.
Music levels are almost always good in games.
Mm-hmm. As long as they make good use of the music. Bong. Bit of rhythm stuff.
Yeah, this is cool. I like this.
It is, and it's an interesting way of doing this while still keeping the tone of the game, because I think one of the things that places this game's strength on the whole is, like you were saying, it's kind of a mood more so than like a challenge. And so, like, while you could make this like strictly a reaction to like the rhythm kind of thing, I feel like this works better if you can just sort of casually play the instruments at your own pace.
Yeah, for sure.
And honestly, I'll say that it's because of that pacing that's why I haven't got too worked up about how poorly I've been playing during certain parts of this, because it's like, unlike a lot of games, like if you're playing something like Sonic poorly, it shows and it's awful to watch. Whereas this, like, you know, you can still soak in Kirby, and that might be a cope, but you know.
There's a devil mode?
No.
Okay.
There is in this game, yeah. There's a devilish mode, which is where this thing appears on screen and starts chasing you. I haven't played it, but I've heard not great things.
Yeah, that sounds like it kind of ruins the whole vibe.
Oh yeah, and it does add a health bar to Kirby as well.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that.
Yeah, I suppose it's probably one of the things that's like a reaction to the criticism this game got of being too easy, but again, it doesn't feel like the sort of thing that you can just sort of attach to an existing game and make it work. It feels like if you're going to do like a harder version of the game, then it probably needs to be done from the ground up.
Yeah. Either a sequel or, you know, just kind of remake levels for the harder mode rather than just going through the old levels.
Yeah. Because again, I do try to be sympathetic towards changes that get made in like ports and whatnot, because like I said, it's, you know, it's an art in its own right, making a game work on a different format, and sometimes decisions that get made are interesting decisions. It's just some maybe don't work as well as you'd like.
I think another reason to be sympathetic is you almost never have the people that worked on the original product working on the port.
There's that, and also the fact that, like, this is a much smaller project than the original would have been, so they probably had to turn this around a lot quicker than, like, the original team would have had.
Yeah, for sure.
And sometimes they don't get left the best results in terms of like notes from the original team, which isn't a great environment. Like, I know sometimes ports get handed off to different teams for like a PC port or something, And like you might get games that were originally designed specifically for, like, say the PS2 or something from that era, and they would have been designed with the game logic tied to frame rate, which is a horrible thing to work with if you're trying to make like a higher frame rate version of a game.
Yeah, for sure.
Because like in general, I feel like any new game that gets made, it should kind of be the bare minimum for it to run at 60, but sometimes when it's an old game that was designed for a single piece of hardware, it's less that they don't want to make it 60 for whatever pretentious reason devs sometimes put out, and more that they just can't. Like, I remember that with the Akami port that came out on PC and like HD systems. That still runs at 30, but that's because that's a huge like 60-hour RPG full of different things that are all very closely tied to the number of frames that appear on screen. So if they were to make a 60 FPS version of that game, they would have to remake the entire game from scratch, which a B team that's been handed a porting job can't exactly do.
Yeah, there's some games that can manage to like redo stuff to make a port work in 60 FPS. Like the Kingdom Hearts games, when they came to PS4, were upgraded to 60, and a lot of things broke.
Okay, so we've had a bit of a restart going on here. Basically, this guy, he rotates between different attacks that he'll do depending on what he draws here. Some of them are easy to read, some of them are not so easy to read. So like the hat one here, I've just got to follow it, and I think it's a lucky guess as to whether I get the right one or not. There doesn't seem to be a tell here.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that one.
No, that one might just be one to skip. Like, the cards, I think what I was doing in the unused take is I was getting a bit too... Like, I was picking up the first one he threw at me, which maybe isn't the best idea, because he's going to start throwing more at me. There we go, that's what I've got to do with the cards.
Alrighty.
Okay, so I think I might do what I did with the Hot Wings boss and try to get at least a reasonable amount of these beads before I get hits in. Got to look for the Waddle Dee on the hat, I didn't notice one.
I will try to pay attention next time he does that one.
Okay, right, so the bomb I've just got to grab it before it falls, then throw it up. Oh, okay, I do have to get a hit in before more beads appear. So that must mean that as long as I don't get hit too much, there should be enough beads.
Mm-hmm. Now is he doing... what is this one?
This is scary. I've just got to shake it off long enough. Or quick enough even. Losing me words. Let's just get well out of the way now.
Okay.
So I guess that's not one where you can get a hit in, it's just to farm more beads, which I guess makes sense.
Yeah, that works.
Right, so got to watch the Waddle Dees, watch what they're up to. This one, I guess, given they jumped up. Yep, there we go. I get it now.
Thank you, gold member.
Yeah, thank you very much, mate. I do appreciate supporting the chat if you guys, so, like, don't worry about backseating or anything.
Yeah, for sure. If it's something that we've gone through and failed at, and we can't figure it out, it's okay to offer advice.
Yeah, I know some people do get really touchy about that stuff, which I've got to be honest, I don't mind. Like, if I was getting really bothered about being told what's coming up, I would just stop looking at chat for a few minutes. Like,
yeah, for sure.
Like, I get it from the other side. It's hard to watch someone playing a game wrong. So I would never judge someone for getting a bit backseat happy.
Mm-hmm.
Right, it's the cards that I've been getting hit by the most, so...
Grab a card on the first one and wait for him to disappear before you throw it.
Right.
Like, now.
Okay.
There you go.
Good idea. Lost
Still
most
got
of me
hit by
base.
that one, but
Yeah. I've still got enough. There we go.
nice. I noticed there was an opening in the cards there that you weren't taking advantage of.
Hmm.
And that should get us to the bonus thing, right?
Yeah. So I stopped for a drink and I was like, oh yeah, bonus thing.
No, I don't think the 3DS version has the multiplayer. We talked about that earlier. There's no co-op.
Nah, unfortunately, that was one of the things that got cut in the port.
And swirled high into the sky.
Thank you, Axel. Another quality Axel post.
The yarn weaved its way into the fabric of the kingdom and stitched two pieces of patchland together. Kirby and Fluff came upon a cake the size of a mountain. It was breathtaking.
But you can't eat it, it will go through you.
He dived right in and
You know what?
started gobbling
As
up the
neat
cake.
as the dessert theme is, I'm kind of tired of this aesthetic after being here for 30 or 40 minutes.
Food levels are always some of my least favourites, like as a level trope, so I kind of get that as well.
Yeah. It's nice that some of the levels did different things, like we had the music one. Like, that's kind of cool. It still fits in with the aesthetic of the whole thing while adding something new on top. But just in general, I think it maybe overstays its welcome.
Yeah, and I don't know, it's the sort of thing that any game that has this sort of structure, you know, where it's broken into worlds rather than individual levels, there is a sort of balance between like making sure each level fits within that world while also not being too similar to what you've already seen. And so like it is a bit of a balancing act there.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes you've got good examples and sometimes you've got bad examples.
Mm. Cocoa Station. Oh, I think it's another train level.
Oh, okay. Could be worse.
Notice my lack of enthusiasm. Does playing it on the new 3DS have any upgrades? I haven't played this on my old 3DS, so I can't compare, unfortunately. I would imagine that it's things like loading times and whatnot that it changes. So I think the 3DS was one of the first modern systems to do the like whole split generation thing that then like Sony and Microsoft would do with the Xbox One X and the PlayStation 4 Pro.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm still not entirely sure how I feel about that, because it's like it's enough of an upgrade that it would make people feel like they want the new one, but also given games are still being developed for legacy hardware, it means that even the exclusives can't really push that far ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, now
I was going to say, no, I don't think you could break through that.
I would probably have to hit that, but I also can't be asked to figure it out, so let's go the safe way. Oh, I can imagine the Warriors games play horribly on base 3DS. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Okay, can't do anything with that either.
Oh, this is, sure is a train level.
So like I say, it was one of the first modern systems to do it. There was always, like, with the Game Boy Color when that came out, like, there were still some games that were still designed to support the original Game Boy, and some of them would work well with that, some of them not so much.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna actually have to do the thing now. I
Okay.
see. If I get up this far, then I'll turn around. You can fall down and let the train do its own thing.
Alrighty, and we run over Prince Fluff.
He didn't need those legs anyway. Okay, we got the speed up.
Finally.
Missed the thing, but fuck it, we're getting that now.
It is nice that you can just kind of turn around. You don't have to wait for the track to turn the train. Fuck you, Axel. I'm not reading that.
Well done, Axel. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, I like that. I like when the collectible is in a shape of something like that's cool in the level. They did that a lot in Mario Galaxy, which was always neat.
I'm not sure if this game has a hell room anywhere, but that's something that Kirby does do from time to time. Let's get it. Or at least the ones on the bottom. There we go.
Anything beyond a bronze feels like too much work in this one.
Metaphorical for my life in many ways. It'll do. Do you read Axel's next comment thus far?
Nope. I'm just ignoring the puns right now.
Should get some like Twitch extension just to mute Axel specifically. I don't need that CD. For context for people watching after the fact, I look over at the chat right now and see train pun after train pun after train pun. The chocolate patch. I'm thinking what other late 3DS games were there, because there were a few. Like the 3DS did last a little while after the Switch came out. Because there's this, obviously. There was the Luigi's Mansion remake, and Donkey Kong Country Returns, as we mentioned. And I think the Persona Q games were quite late, especially the second one.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if I can find a list of the games.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, the Mario and Luigi remakes.
We're kind of doomed to fail, but because I think they were announced when they started talking about the 3DS being dead.
Like, it feels... Like, in fairness, I know I've sort of hashed on this a little bit. There is a market for games for dead systems, like, quote-unquote dead systems, in the fact that, like, if there is a good install base, then, you know, you can still shift copies, especially, like, for kids' games. Like, they maybe haven't been able to convince their parents to buy them the new system yet. So, like, that does make sense to a degree. It's just, like, there's sometimes, especially when you get ports and remakes like this, like, it feels like this would have worked better on the Switch in HD.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. So, I'm looking at this list, and there have been 3 games for the 3DS released in this past year.
Alright, what are they?
Silver Falls Ghoulbusters, Krite, and Fragrant Story. They're all only released in North America.
When was the last... Like, what was the last game that even a single person in this chat have heard of was released?
Let's see. Just scrolling down the list. Still going, still going.
That was a bad idea.
Persona Q2 New Cinema Labyrinth in 2019.
Okay. How was that game? It's one of the Persona games that, like, I heard a few people talking about the first one, like, not in much detail, but I've barely heard anyone talk about it too.
I tried to play a little of the first one and didn't really get into it. I'm not a fan of random encounters, and that's what the entire game is. Because I think it's similar to like the Etrian Odyssey series, if I recall correctly, and that's all random encounter RPG stuff, and not really my thing. Specifically Q2, I have heard that it is a very overly grindy kind of game, which is also not something I'm interested in.
That's fair.
Yeah, so the last two games that I think anyone would have heard of that came out for the 3DS were Persona Q2 and this.
Okay. So that means this will be like the last first-party Nintendo game on the 3DS?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's kind of cool, I guess. Like, there could have been worse ways to go out.
Persona, this, Yokai Watch, Etrian Odyssey, and then Bowser's Inside Story remake were like the last 5, I think.
I did hear not so great things about the 3DS Mario and Luigi remakes, but I feel like a lot of that was more about the art design rather than the gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
Because like they're a lot more on model than the old RPGs were. Using the new sort of Mario designs. I didn't get a single one of the things, oh well.
Wow, alright.
In fairness, I wasn't looking.
I think, I remember hearing not great things about the Bowser Jr.'s Minions thing either. Like, that edition was basically nothing.
Yeah, like in terms of the actual remake parts, I feel like it's one of the things that was kind of an inevitability with Mario games being remade, in the fact that Nintendo's direction they take the Mario series is radically different now to what it was back in like the GBA early DS era. So, because like you notice they use perfectly on model designs for every Mario game, they all look the same, and to me, it feels a little bit sterile, but also from a brand perspective, I can kind of understand what they're going for there. Because, like, we might not like it, and I don't think anyone would say that they prefer that. But that's also how marketing works.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
The more recognisable something is, even if people would prefer a more, stylized one, people remember that boring Mario model that they use on fucking every single piece of promotional art.
Yeah. And now we're all going to see the Mario movie model for the next 10 years.
See, that one's weird, because it looks like the official model, but off a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's got slightly chubbier cheeks, and it looks a bit weird.
Also late into the 3DS lifecycle was the Luigi's Mansion port, which I always forget about.
Yeah, okay, we've just turned the moon off and we've woke the sun up. So, now it's a day level.
Oh, that's cool.
It is, although I kind of wish we got a bit more of the nighttime section, because I always thought that like the beach at night is a cool aesthetic.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like, anything quiet at the beach I like a lot. Like, one of my favourite areas in Pokemon is Undella Town in Black and White. And part of that is when you're there, like, outside of the summer seasons, he has that really chill, laid-back piano theme, with just, like, the tide, like, gently brushing past in the background.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, there's a lot I like about Unova, but that's, like, one of the areas that always sticks with me, that and the Village Bridge.
Yeah. I think 5 has probably some of my favorite designs for Pokemon, Gen 5 does. But for some reason, it's always been a case where, I think I've talked about this before, I wasn't ever really interested in playing the game normally, because I've only finished Gen 5 through ROM hacks. and for whatever reason, I just never felt the need to go through the games normally, and the times that I've tried didn't end up going well.
Yeah, to me, I definitely feel like I've appreciated the games more going back to them recently. Like White 2, I never actually finished that when it first came out, and Black, like when I first played the original one, I remember enjoying it, but I was never really that incentivized to carry on with stuff like post game. But from replaying it, I started to realize that actually this post game's fucking keynote. Like, this is better than the main game. Especially when you get to like the second half of Unova and like all the stuff on the east side opens up. Like, that is so cool.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I've been replaying White 2 recently, like, to get a rundown for my channel, and I'm enjoying it a fair bit, though it does kind of feel like a bit of a downgrade story-wise compared to the first games. I feel like what they're going for with, like, the two factions of Team Plasma and stuff is a really cool idea that they really aren't doing that much with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And a lot of the story kind of revolves around characters that end up not actually doing that much. Like, they show up for 2 minutes and like, oh, I did a thing, and then they run away, which is normal for Pokemon, but they're just not that interesting in what they're doing.
I feel like the story was a lot more prominent in the first game, and whereas like I'm 7 badges in now, and like I'm only just getting the start of actual conflict. Up to this point, it's just been the odd grunt here or there.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the story and Team Plasma stuff is sort of backloaded for Black and White 2. It all comes right at the end, kind of thing. Which was also true in the original Black and White, that it was very backloaded, but you had a lot of build-up throughout the rest of the game leading up to that. It just all happens at the end, like Pokemon always does.
I think what Black and White 1 did better is that, although like there wasn't really much explicit conflict, from like the second town even, you were having introductions to Team Plasma, and they were sort of proposing it as like this moral dilemma, and you would have characters bringing that up over the course of the game and pondering it. So it's like, even though they weren't actively doing much, it's like there was still this idea being pushed around that made people think about it a bit. Whereas that's not really there, because like from Black and White 2, we've already established like stealing people's Pokemon bad, don't do. So like, you know, it hasn't got as much to work with there.
Even in the first game, Team Plasma itself was always shown to be bad. Like, their whole thing of trying to liberate Pokemon was shown very early to be just a cover-up, because one of the first things they do is literally attack a Musharna or a Munna to try to get its like dream powder or whatever it's called, and like you have to stop them from doing that. So like, they were never shown to be good guys. Their liberation thing is always a front, but N believes in it, and he's the one that has the moral dilemma and the one that you have to fight against in terms of that. And that's what makes that interesting, because even though he is being lied to, what he's saying does have a lot of truth in it anyway.
It makes him an interesting part of the story, and it does kind of forgive some of the shortcomings of the other storytelling. But I would say Pokemon in general, whenever they've tried to do this person is bad, actually, they always show their hand way too early.
Yeah, for sure.
They did it again with Lucamine in Sun and Moon. It's like, they almost had it going, like in that first visit to Aether Paradise, but they just couldn't help themselves having that one shot where she does the evil grin at the camera. Like, if you took that one shot away, it would have been so much more interesting.
Can't comment, because I think Sun and Moon is the one generation that I didn't play anything from.
Sun and Moon are pretty great games once you get past how handholdy it is early on. Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, I mean, like, if you like Sun and Moon, then it's interesting to just like try a different flavour of it, but I think the vanilla games are more interesting on the whole.
Okay. I did rent Ultra Sun at one point, and I played a little bit of that, and I was just like, okay, I really don't care about any of these characters, any of the new Pokemon, the region, or the gimmicks, or any of this. So I just kind of stopped.
Yeah, like I say, the start of it is very handholdy, and that kind of makes the tutorial characters feel a little bit annoying. But that does get better over the course of the game. Which I know is not the best way of recommending a game to someone, and it is something I wish that they'd done quite a bit better.
It's okay, I'm a Xenoblade Chronicles fan. I'm used to waiting 3 hours for the game to be good.
I mean, I've been playing FF13 on and off lately. I know exactly that. That is the epitome of it gets interesting 20 fucking hours in, I swear, guys.
See, I'm the other way around. I like 13 at the beginning and hate when you get to Pulse.
Well, see, like, in fairness, it's the Pulse stuff that a lot of people suck off. That's not what where I have my contention. I think the problem is that it has a very simple battle system, but despite that, it still takes forever to give you all the mechanics.
Oh, okay.
Because it's like, you are literally button mashing for like the first 4 hours of the game. That's bad enough in any game, let alone a fucking turn-based RPG.
Yeah, you don't have a lot of options for combat, but you have one thing that's just the best, and so you would always use that, and there's no downside to constantly using it. So, like, combat's just kind of really not fun.
Yeah, but, like, at least until, like, I'm trying to pinpoint the exact moment, but there is the point where you get to, like, open up and, like, change all the different paradigms and that, like, that adds an extra layer to it, and it does become legitimately interesting at that point. It's just all the time before that is auto battle, auto battle, auto battle. You know?
My problem with the paradigms is there's so many battles where you have to swap to a specific one in order to get through. At least when I played of it, there were a lot of fights where it kind of felt that way. Like, there's one where you have to switch to a sort of tank paradigm just in order to survive the attacks. Especially because I think at that point you only have Snow in the party. So, like, that's the only way to survive the battle at all, and that's just terrible to me.
I think 13's battle system is a lot of window dressing for what should be really simple. Because, like, when you set up your paradigms, you're gonna have, like, a defensive one, a healing one, and, like, an attacking one. Like, yeah, they're called different things, and you might have different arrangements, but you're gonna have those particular boxes ticked. And at that point, why have it dressed up like that? Why not just have a more traditional, you know, turn-based battle system? It would make it a lot more simpler for people to understand while having the same effect.
Like, Xenoblade 3 did the thing where you have real-time combat with a bunch of different classes that you can customize and everything. And I think it did a much better job than what FF13 did.
I haven't played 3. Like, I never really got into the battle system from the first game, so, like, that kind of didn't invite me back. But, you know, like, I sort of get where you're coming from.
Well, I will say the combat's pretty different in all 3 games, so
right.
It's something that you could consider if you did want to try them out.
It's something I might just consider giving the first one another shot. It was years and years ago that, you know, I played it originally.
Xenoblade 1 is, to me, a perfect JRPG, but I do understand why some people don't like the combat. Especially if you're not into that kind of... It's almost like a hotkey-based MMO kind of style, and if you don't like that, boy, you're not going to like the whole game.
Don't remind me, I'm just being very indecisive about which power-up I want. Okay, I think for this, do I need to knock 1 out or 2 out? I don't know, let's try knocking this one out from the bottom here. That was either the right thing to do or the complete wrong thing to do.
I think it was the right thing to do. I think you're good.
Okay, I think there's another puzzle like that later in the level that works similar but not quite.
Okay.
Though, like, I've already run past a lot of the sections here, so, you know.
Yeah, whatever.
I'm not sure if this has any benefit to knocking them down. Oh yeah, it does, cool.
I think this is what lets you move forward.
No, when you get that little exclamation point thing, what that's doing is that is guiding you to another point of the level that it's now activating as an unlockable. So it's going to this thing here. Now I can do that. Now I have something to grab onto. And I unlock that.
Oh, for a second I couldn't even figure out what that was.
Here's a platform to get up here.
Hope you can't hear my mom's TV because it just got loud for a moment.
I can't hear it through Discord, so you should be fine.
Alright.
What was he even doing then?
He just kind of shows up randomly like, hey, I'm in this game. I'm still here.
Yeah, it's like, this is him being just dealt offhand entirely, because originally I'm pretty sure he was meant to be the protagonist for this game, and then it was like, decided it'd be a Kirby game later on. And so, like, he's gone from being just the co-op character in the Wii version to now just being like, he's an NPC, he's here sometimes.
It would be neat if you could control, like, choose to play as Prince Fluff instead.
Yeah, one or the other.
As Kirby, yeah.
Come on, platform, down a bit.
As far as I know, they play basically the same, so...
Well, it's like a literal recolor, isn't it?
Yeah. It would make sense if it was, like, you could choose which one and just, you know, go by whichever aesthetic you liked more. Basically, do you like the blue one or the pink one?
Pretty much, yeah.
Isn't this meant to be a water level? Most of that was a forest.
Yeah. Stay. 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 Yeah.
There we go.
I've just seen the most worrying comment in chat. I learn everything I know from Flame. I'm so sorry. Like, a solid 90% of what I say is absolute bollocks, so learn to filter that out. Will we ever get a Kirby Generations kind of game? Not in the sense that Sonic got, because I feel like Kirby's individual levels, like, they're not as distinct as Sonic levels, so I don't really think that would work. But, like, if we're talking about bringing back old characters and stuff, they do that quite a bit. Like, they had some, I won't spoil anything, but they did have some neat little throwbacks in the bonus parts of Forgotten Land, for example. They do a fair bit of self-referential stuff that's usually done tastefully, which is something Sonic can learn from these days.
Yeah, from what I know about Kirby, I feel like the different eras of Kirby aren't different enough for something like a generation-style crossover kind of thing. And like you said, a lot of the levels are samey, but also at the same time, they're also dependent on very different gimmicks a lot of the time, so working them together into certain things just kind of wouldn't work as well as, say, putting the classic Sonic levels together into one group.
Aside from Forgotten Land being 3D, like, before that, the only real major gameplay change you had was, like, Dreamland not having the copy abilities and then Adventure having the copy abilities. After that, it's basically, you know, it's Kirby. This is what Kirby does. Yeah. And even then, like, Forgotten Land going into 3D, it's quite a faithful adaptation of how Kirby is in 2D. Like, rather than Sonic, where, like, yeah, they've obviously changed things to make it work. But, like, Sonic Adventure was a pretty spot-on kind of transition from 3K to modern, you know? I'm just going to go up here and not think about that.
Yeah.
Before he swallows me.
Okay, this is mildly terrifying now.
It would be so much more terrifying if everything wasn't made of yarn, but you know.
If there was an actual threat of, you know, in-game death.
Yeah.
But even then.
We've got all these extra things that I don't have the balls to go for.
Yeah, I imagine getting, like, the higher ranks on this level in particular is pretty rough.
Please help me, I'm beached. There we go. I remember where some of these secrets are. Not all of them, but some of them.
I think it would have been cool if they added an extra mode that, like, changed some of the level layouts or, like, where some of the bonuses are. Just to, like, give new players or give old players something new to do so that it's not just the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, but at the same time, like, it is trying to be a part of the game, and like, all that makes me think of is how they did try to change where some of the red rings are in Colours Ultimate, and required using power-ups that literally break the game.
Yeah, this is true. Also, again, a small-time, like, port with a small team working on it, probably not going to have the resources to do something like that.
Yeah, especially given, like, any new stuff they add, it's got to be, like, rebalanced and tweaked to make it work how it's supposed to. You know, like, it's not just a case of sticking something in because we think it will be cool.
Yeah, it would be really nice if things worked that way, but doing something just because it's cool almost never actually works as well as you want it to.
No, you see, they should make a Pokemon game with every single Pokemon in it catchable with every single region we've had so far, and that won't affect the developers being able to go see their family at some time at all.
I mean, I like the idea of having all the Pokemon in it. I think the idea of going through every region is very ridiculous at this point and definitely should not be done.
I want to make it clear, I feel like every Pokemon should be programmed into the game. And that's the thing that I disagree with the change there. What I don't agree with is the idea of trying to make them catchable in every entry, because I realise that that's kind of a balancing nightmare.
Yeah, I guess I can see that. I mean, if a lot of them were relegated to, like, the post-game, then that probably wouldn't be a big deal. But then you've also got to worry about, I guess, competitive play. But I guess if you can trade them, then that's still going to be a thing anyway, so who knows?
Well, when it comes to balancing, it's one of the things of, like, Pokemon... The reason why the games are as unbalanced, doing as much of a mess as they are, is because there's so many variables they've got to consider. Just because of the very nature of it, and any extra thing you add is gonna add on to that. So, like, I can kind of get why, from a, like, in-game situation, they might be hesitant to just have everything there catchable. But, you know, like, I feel given the series, part of the appeal is the whole, you know, catch all the Pokemon, fill up your Pokédex. As soon as it gets to, like, well, catch some of them, it sort of takes the appeal out of that a bit. I need some beads.
Yeah. Are you getting, like, too many hits because of the power-up you have? Because I feel like you're hitting him without worrying about the wool on the hat.
Maybe. Let's try shaking that off.
Because it's like, that's an easier way to get hits, but you're also, like, maybe getting them too quickly and not getting the beads you need.
Let me get me beads back, please. That would be very nice. Oh no, that does count as a hit. Well, a stun, at least. There's so much going on right now. And I can't aim for shit. Like, the underwater controls are not amazing, but then they were also underwater controls, so can't say I'm surprised.
Yeah, they're always going to be kind of iffy. It's weird that stunning the big guy doesn't stun the tentacles, though, unless it does, and I just can't really tell.
I can't tell exactly what's going on, so... I don't think he's taking actual damage until I get all this bandaging off him. But that involves not losing the same 4 stars over and over.
I think he was taking damage when you had the power-up thing, but, like, that's not exactly what you want to do.
No, I want to get more beads somehow. And I think I might have to get a hit in to make him spill beads. Oh yeah, then now he goes into this phase, I'm remembering now.
Alright.
So he's going to start sending things in and out, and they're going to dart in toward the middle any second now.
Okay.
He's going to pop out of one of these, I think.
This is like the most involved boss yet.
There we go. That's how you get some more beads. Come on. Is this going to be enough?
Getting all the beads with the water controls is a bit rough, though.
Yep, especially trying to pick up beads while also losing beads.
At least he's giving you a bunch of free ones.
Yeah. Okay.
There you go. See in the top left, because that's where the eyes were.
It's hard to tell sometimes because he has this phase going on before he shows up himself. Let's see that. Yep, there he is. Okay, coming out proper. There we go.
Nice, and all those free beads worked out pretty well. That one started off a bit rough, but overall I think that was a good run.
Yeah, it's just trying to balance the tentacles, getting that thing off him, and the water controls being a bit fiddly all at once that makes it a bit much.
Yeah, and the power-up you had was making it so that when you tried to grab the thing, you were just hitting him instead. Which shortened the fight, I guess, because you got those extra hits, but, like, that's not really what you want when you need the beads.
We got a piece of the magic yarn. The magic yarn shimmered and spiraled and swirled high into the sky.
I think it's the ice level next.
But that's for another day.
Yep, it is. We're going to do the 2 Waterland extra levels, then we'll be coming back on Wednesday to do the ice levels.
Back in Dreamland,
How many worlds are left?
I think 3, but they're quite a bit bigger than these ones, that's why I sort of balanced it out like that.
Ah, yeah, alright, makes sense.
Waddle Dee imposters had captured all of the real Waddle Dees. You can't be mean to my
DDD, your
Waddle Dees.
minions are kind of
I can
shit.
be mean to my Waddle Dees.
Just in case you didn't realize this already.
The fact it took him so long to realise that they're being replaced kind of sums that up a bit.
Hey, that tickles. That hurts. Stop! I give up. And in no time they had King
I remember when
wrapped up like a birthday
Brawl,
present.
I think it was Brawl, yeah, Brawl was first coming out.
Only one
They had a
step
launch
from
night
Dreamland
tournament
will be mine.
at
What
the
a
nearby
horror,
GameStop
king serving me.
where we lived,
The
and
neon sock began to
my best friend at the time
and then it sucked
really
King
only
DDD
knew how to
right
play
inside.
Kirby and Roy.
Yeah,
That was it. He didn't know how to play anyone else.
Dreamland will be mine.
And so when the new game was coming out and they had the tournament, for whatever reason he decided to pick King DDD for the tournament because he didn't want to pick Kirby for whatever reason. And also you could only play with the Wiimote nunchuck controls because that was the only kind of controller they had. For the Smash Brothers Brawl tournament, you had to use the Wii Remote nunchuck. And no one could figure out how to fucking play.
No, like, Playing Smash with anything that's not the fucking GameCube controller feels wrong.
I don't even like it with the Pro Controller, to be honest, because the buttons are in different spots.
Yeah, and it's just like, in general, it's like Smash Brothers is a GameCube controller game. Like, it's very hard to see it any other way.
It's nice that they gave us a $30 add-on so we could use the controller for one game on the Wii U.
And they made like 10 units of it.
The nice thing about that adapter is it does also work on PC. If you download third-party software that has nothing to do with Nintendo, that has also been reported to cause viruses. Why is this a good thing again?
Because it makes Nintendo mad.
I guess this is true. There's definitely ways to get the GameCube controller working on a computer, like with the adapter and stuff. So like, it's worth it for that, I guess, if you want to play like emulated games or whatever with the proper controller. Because I always prefer having the right controller for things like that.
Well, I usually like to have a controller with at least a similar layout. So like for side scrollers, I'm gonna want. I tend to just use my PS5 controller because it's like it's got the D-pad in the right place for me.
I think at this point I might be more comfortable playing Metroid Prime on an Xbox 360 controller than on an actual GameCube controller, though, because of all the time that I've spent playing the randomizer on emulator.
Nobody tell Nintendo. Nah. But like, I do get exactly what you mean in that respect, and like, it's to the point where the one system that doesn't have an easily available alternative is the N64. So when I was recording Mario 64 for my channel, I went out of my way to get a replica of it that's USB.
Ah, okay.
Just because, like, playing Mario 64 with any other kind of controller just doesn't work.
Yeah. And I mean, Nintendo did come out with an official one of those. I'm pretty sure it cost like $50 for some reason, which is insane.
I think in order to even be allowed to buy that, you need to be part of like the subscription thing as well, don't you?
I think so, yeah, which is also pretty ridiculous.
You can pay us for the benefit of being able to pay us.
Pay us to be able to buy an overpriced controller. Okay.
Aren't you lucky?
Nintendo does strange things. I still love them for a lot of the games they make and very little else.
Yeah, like, plenty of people are fans of Nintendo games. I don't think anyone's a fan of Nintendo the company.
More auto-scrolling levels. At least this one's got a neat aesthetic to it.
Yeah, and there is still stuff going on, like making sure you preserve enough platform in certain parts, like directing the bombs towards a different part of the screen. But still, a good auto-scroller is still a bad level.
There's been some good auto-scrollers that I've seen, but they're usually more challenging because they've got, like, actual, like, things going on, like some of the Battle Rock Galaxy stuff, like from Mario Galaxy, are good auto-scrollers because you have to, like, be super paying attention to everything to make sure you don't get hit.
Like, it works, like, to me it works for, like, shmup stuff, and that's about it.
I mean, that's kind of what that's entirely built on, so I would hope it works for that.
Well, like, I mean, even, like, non-shmup games that have elements like that, like the one in Mario Land, I remember being alright.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You're in time.
Most of the time when you have an auto-scroller like this, you also have some kind of mini-map or gauge that shows how far along you are, and I do kind of miss things like that, just to show how close you are to the end.
Yeah.
I think we got it on that one? Oh yeah, definitely.
Come on. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I could tell it was moving slow enough that you weren't going to pass it.
It's just as soon as it brushes up against the peg, it makes me a little bit nervous.
Oh, that's called a spanner because you're playing the EU version.
Yeah. This did get an entire UK localization, which I think is pretty cool. So they fixed stuff like that, and also we have a different voice actor for the voiceovers during the story sections. So that's why he's speaking with an English accent.
Oh, honestly, that didn't even sound different from what I remember, so...
Yeah. Let's go down to the fossil reef.
So is this one going to be entirely underwater? Because that sounds awful.
It looks like it.
Oh, joy.
Where was it? I lost my bearings. Here we go.
It's like you're at least going to have the dolphin power up for most of it, so there's that.
Mm-hmm. Your mileage may vary on whether that's a good thing.
At least you move faster.
True.
And you have an attack.
An attack.
As opposed to just the yarn thing where you grab yarn and throw it.
True,
I consider that a plus.
I do remember this level now. This is pretty much what the level's built around, but...
Okay. I think this is a neat little trope. The different bubbles of water that you're going through has always been a nice little trope that I like.
Yeah, like the flying bubbles of water is... Like, Galaxy did a similar sort of thing in certain areas as well.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see him, and I'm remembering now why I wasn't a fan of this. Because you shoot down, because like that's what the dolphin kind of encourages you to do. But every now and then you see one of them little green enemies with the spikes, and if he touches you and you're not boosting, or if you run out of boost just in time, he'll hurt you.
Mm-hmm.
Ow.
or things like that happen where you can't possibly tell that the spikes are there. That's just kind of a platformer thing in general. That's not a problem with this game specifically.
Yeah, there's always going to be something that is that little bit harder to kind of telegraph to the player.
Frankly, I think I checked out for this entire world in terms of watching what was going on. So that was the most interesting level in the whole water area for me.
I kind of like the water area in general. It's just the parts with underwater controls I could... Like, if you're going to have a water level, then you're going to need to go underwater at some point. I get that. And I get that replicating water in a believable manner in a game is difficult. Yes, I did skip about 60% of that stage. Like, it's kind of a necessary evil with that kind of thing. But, you know, it does make the levels not as memorable.
Mm-hmm.
So, up next is Snowland. I don't know if you noticed yet, but pretty much every one of these levels has been Trope Land. Which most Kirby games don't do that. Most of them do cool little like Easter eggs where if you write out all the level letters in order, it spells out a word. Before we sign off for today's session, I will read out what Axel just posted in chat. Axel Ryman, oh, this place looks cool. And with that, we'll see you on the other side. So it might have taken us a bit longer to get back to this than we were expecting, but with the kind of puns Axel was posting in chat at the end of last session, we needed a bit longer to recover, so apologies for that, guys.
Yes, I ended up having some unfortunate pain in my back, which is from a new mattress that I got recently. So I can only imagine that Axel's puns were just so painful that I literally could not sleep in my bed. That's what I'm going with here.
We're all right, yeah. But like when you get a new mattress, sometimes it does take a while to break it in. So I know exactly what you mean there.
Yeah, for sure.
But yes, we're on the Snowland now, the creatively named Snowland, and this does actually do some quite interesting things with the ice. It's not just a straight up ice mechanic, although like this is the introductory level, so it's mostly when you get later into the world that it starts actually doing things.
Yeah, for sure. Also, the fact that the snow is just kind of cotton balls because of the whole theming of the game is kind of neat. It's a really interesting thing. It's not a big stretch for that to be the case, but it is just kind of neat to see regardless.
It's playing with the kind of environment that they've built up, which I like a lot, and something that we didn't actually talk about during the last session at all is that the graphic style here, I'm trying to break out that, but it's taking longer than I thought it would. The graphic style they're going with, the way that they achieved that, a lot of the textures in the background are from scanning in actual like photographs of different fabrics and that, which I think is pretty neat.
Yeah, that is really cool, yeah.
It's kind of hard to explain the fact that by using actual photos, it somehow looks more fantastical than if they computer generated it, and I'm not having much luck with Ace Neighbours.
It's not letting you out either, which is like the weird part.
No, I think you meant to mash to like get out of it, and I guess I'm not mashing quick enough.
Huh. That's weird, because I could see it like moving, like Kirby's trying to get out, and it's just not taking it.
Yeah, I'm sure it didn't take that long to break out of it in the Wii version, but alas, I made it through. It's fine, no panic attack here.
It's all good.
It's the start of a new session, we're going to have some derpy moments.
Yeah, for sure. No one ever said we were good at games.
No. But I got me soul back, so I'm comfortable now. Oh, Jesus Christ. I think I'm just hiding here until that's gone, if that's okay with you guys.
Yeah, and then it just kind of transitions over into the plane of existence where you are.
Why are those ones easier to dodge than the small ones?
I'm not sure. Maybe it's just more available platforms or something.
Probably, yeah.
Hey, Z-Saber Slash, welcome to the stream.
Hey there, mate. And hey there, Axel.
Axel is here for Kirby's epic floof. I can also speak words, I promise.
There we go.
I sure wish my ears would stop itching. I keep having to mute every like 3 seconds to itch my ears.
Oh, I've been there on stream before, don't worry. There are certain times when the ice is not helpful, like when you're trying to dodge those things.
Just trying to turn Kirby around in general just really seems not helpful.
Why would you put it there?
Especially like from off screen too. That's like the biggest dick move we've seen in the game so far.
I don't know, I think some of those falling platforms in the level earlier probably beat it by at least a little bit.
I don't know, I've slept since the last session, so I don't remember a goddamn thing.
Fair. That was worth it, I swear.
Alright, I assume there was meant to be something there.
I didn't get any of the things.
Nope. Great start. This is just kind of what the game is like at this point, though.
In fairness, it was one of them levels where you meant to explore a bit more, and I kind of didn't. So, you know.
Yeah. I mean, you were kind of prevented from exploring for a little bit, too, so...
I did get both of the items, though, just not the CD, the music track. What's next, then? I think this is the house level next, maybe?
We took his fucking hat.
Poor bastard. Yep, cozy cabin, that's the one.
This sounds like it's going to be a very vibe kind of level.
It really is, yeah. It's the one that's like all but officially a Christmas level.
Okay, I'm loving the music already.
It's not really my kind of thing compared to some of the other songs in the game, but it definitely does fit the vibe they're going for.
Yeah, for sure.
Axel, I see you're starting.
Yes, Axel starting early with the puns today.
Yeah, let's go down the chimney.
Wow, this really is just a Christmas level.
That's what they're going for. There's one of the bonus levels in this world that's even more explicit than this.
Okay.
Now, I remember these jumps being fiddly, mainly because you do mostly just bounce rather than, you know, actually get knocked anywhere, so you kind of got to work around that.
I like how the fireplace is in the cozy cabin. That's a good touch.
Yeah, absolutely. I got one of the things this time around, that's fine.
Nice.
It's going very well.
Axel, why?
I wish I hadn't looked. I fucking hate that song.
I think the song is fine, it's just ridiculously overplayed.
It's one of them ones that every now and then, like every few years, it sort of cycles around as to what is apparently the good Christmas song, which, spoiler, that's none of them. But that's the one that seems to have been overplayed a lot the last few years, the fucking Mariah Carey one.
Yeah. I feel like I experience it more because it shows up on Media Share a lot, especially certain versions of it. For some streamers, so I was exposed to it a lot for many years while watching streams on Twitch.
Oh yeah, I can bet. There's not that many streams like that I tend to watch, so I kind of escape that. But just in general, I'm very antisocial when it comes to Christmas. And just in general, I'm the kind of person who just mostly likes to be left alone. And so when you have a very loud event like Christmas, it's like, I'm fine, thanks.
I don't like going to like big events or whatever. I'm okay with like being around family, things like that. I don't know how you avoided getting crushed there.
I don't know if there is a crusher mechanic in this, because that absolutely should have crushed me. It landed right on top of me.
I feel like you got crushed in the previous session at least once.
Maybe. Huh.
But yeah, I don't mind being around family, especially because it's usually going to involve like good food and just, you know, being around people that you love or whatever, even if they're sometimes the most annoying people in the world. But like, I wouldn't go to a Christmas party with like a bunch of people I don't know, like not at all.
Yeah,
it's just not a thing I'm gonna do.
Yeah, Deimos, Flames and Neat confirmed. Like, I am all but officially a Neat, let's be real here. I sort of vaguely have a job if you count it as one.
Well, yeah, you're probably better off than me in that regard.
Mate, you're a full-time carer. You work more in a day than I have in my life.
And I don't actually get directly paid for it, but the trade-off, of course, is that I don't, you know, pay your rent or anything, so I guess if you want to look at it that way.
Oh, it's working things out with your family, isn't it? So as long as you're all okay with it, then it's fine.
It also does mean that I'm 32 and have no job experience, but that's a depressing discussion that I don't think we should probably be having.
It's fine. I'm sure whatever depressing story you have, I will do my best to make it worse.
I do agree with you though about Christmas music though, because I'm gonna be honest, a lot of it I don't really like that much. this is going to be weird. Most of the Christmas music that I actually like is more of the stuff that's sung in churches. Probably because I grew up with it, because my dad's a preacher and we grew up in church and everything. But that is, if I'm going to listen to Christmas music, I kind of prefer that kind. The more like Christian themed stuff rather than just the Frosty the Snowman or whatever.
See, that I understand, because that, like, I don't care for either, but at least, like, the more religious stuff, that feels a lot more earnest than, like, the manufactured radio Christmas stuff.
Like, the older ones, like the original Frosty or Rudolph or whatever, I'm fine with. The problem is that every artist out there has to do their own version of it. And so you get the different versions of the songs playing like back to back on the radio, or it's like when you go into a store or something, you just hear it all the time, and it gets really old really fast.
It definitely gets overkilled, and also the fact that even musicians who I otherwise really, really like, as soon as they start doing a Christmas song, they just really ham it up, and I just don't care for that. Because, like,
yeah,
I will say, on the whole, Sir Paul McCartney is one of my favourite musicians of all time. But Wonderful Christmas Time, I hear that opening synth note, and I'm like, mate, just stop.
Yeah. That's one that I'm usually pretty okay with, just because I don't hear it that often. But there's definitely, like, other Christmas music that I would rather listen to than that one.
But yeah, just in general, I feel like if you're gonna have songs that you just play every year on end, you know, I'd rather we maybe don't have it so ridiculously over the top. I should have pressed A there rather than B, that's my bad.
Yeah, there's definitely some things to be said for the way Christmas in general is marketed, but I think especially Christmas music.
Yeah, because, like, on one hand, though, I get it. If you're a musician, then that's basically guaranteed income every year. So, like, I know exactly why a lot of them do want to get a Christmas song out.
Yep, I can definitely understand it. It's just kind of a thing of, well, here's another one by another artist that I don't actually care about. Alright, moving on with my life now.
Yeah. Like, to be fair, the most interesting Christmas music is whenever, like, every now and then, because the idea of getting a Christmas #1 over here is, like, such a big deal. Every now and then, someone will start a campaign just to get something, like, ridiculously inappropriate there, and, like, get everyone to buy that particular record during that week. And some of those have been pretty fun. Like, the one year we had the Rage Against the Machine song, Killing in the Name of, as just because, like, the story behind that is that there's a TV talent show that was on around that sort of time, The X Factor, that was basically like, if you know American Idol, it's basically that sort of thing. Yeah. And that, for the few years leading up to it, had basically always timed itself so that the winner of that series would get the Christmas #1, and people were getting sick of that. So they started a Facebook campaign and managed to get Rage Against the Machine back into the charts in 2009, which was kind of incredible.
Right.
And then we had another one, like, I think it was last year actually, where just as an act of protest, they got, I don't think it got to #1, but it got to #5 in the charts, to the point where it had to be acknowledged on the BBC. Of this song, a parody song called Boris Johnson is a fucking cunt.
Okay.
Which is,
that's
like,
pretty on the nose.
Yeah, but it's just like the best form of protest you can have, and that is pretty much how our kind of sense of humour works for this sort of thing, which works really well.
I know there's one parody song, it's a parody of Black Sabbath's Iron Man, but instead it's I Am Santa Claus. And it does that whole thing through the whole song. And I've liked that one a couple times that I've heard it. So that would be like a fun thing that I could see people putting in for that kind of contest or whatever.
Dr. Waddledy, I think what they did, like, because it's usually on the BBC radio that they do, like, the countdown, and I think they had to just acknowledge it as a song by it and then the artist, because, like, this is not a new thing. People do things like this as protests all the time. Like, there's one which you can kind of say it's sickening in bad taste, but I did get a giggle out of it, which was on the week that Maggie Thatcher died, people got Ding Dong the Witch is Dead from the Wizard's of Oz back in the charts. And again, they didn't want to acknowledge that, so they just had to say, like, at number 2, it's this, like, it's a song from the Wizard of Oz.
Okay.
I want this thing now. I really want that thing now, so I'm going to go back into the sled and then make the jump this way.
Okay.
That's what it wants you to do. And that little sled is absolutely adorable. I love it.
It is. You might have just been able to make it with the spin move, but I'm not entirely sure.
This way was more fun.
It was, yeah. Whatever the words that I was trying to say there were.
Yeah, first of all, to the new session, you got to expect a little bit of this from us, guys. I will say, this level is definitely feeling, like, these ice worlds in general are definitely feeling a lot easier with the power-ups in this version of the game. Because in the house level, and especially in some levels that we're going to see later on, this game likes to do a thing where you have to have, like, a enemy saved. Like, you can't just throw the enemies willy-nilly, because you're going to need them to get through a certain area. Don't do that to me up there, please, game. But,
I
like,
got really scared.
yeah. But, like, having the power-up means that you don't need to worry about that, which almost makes the puzzle elements seem a little bit redundant.
On the other hand, it also just kind of makes everything flow a lot better, so, like, that's the trade-off, so... Yeah, it depends on what you want out of the game.
Just dropping straight down like a rock. But yeah, I feel like in general, the idea there, like, that's one of these sections. I'm going to need this guy here to break that section over at the start, at the top even. And, like, if I had the power-up still, if I hadn't stupidly pissed it away by dying, then that would have been so much easier. But now I've got to do this, because I threw it at the top one. Like an idiot. Or I might just give up, we'll see.
Oh, can you not unravel those kind of blocks, then?
Not them ones, no, it's the transparent ones that you can unravel.
Ah, okay. Waiting. We have arrived at waiting once again.
Oh, yeah. It's slippery and I'm not being careful enough. So let's just wait here. Be sensible. I'm learning. Hey, there we go. And now we try that again and actually maybe get the thing.
Now that you know what's coming, though.
Yeah.
If Kirby can do the thing.
I mentioned this last session, but it's basically doing the unleashed thing where you need to double tap to go into a run, which usually it's not ideal, but it's manageable. But because you're on the ice, it's hard to tell whether the double tap has come through or not sometimes.
Especially it feels like turning around on the ice is what's really screwing it up.
Yeah. I prefer the sword, so we'll take this one. Whee.
Yeah, we got the 5-star thing at least.
Like, once I see that I've got the red one, then I'll stop kind of worrying about those things.
Yeah, for sure.
Of course, the one pit had to be there, didn't it?
Well, we're glad you're enjoying the stream, Dr. Waddle Dee.
This stream has taken us a little while to get to, because this was one of the games we were planning when Tom's PC was out, and it just sort of fell by the wayside as we were doing other things, and so it's nice to be finally getting to the game.
Yeah, I think we had it planned, and then he got his PC, like the new one, quicker than we expected. So like he was back up and running before we really needed to get this done.
Yeah, and that was like, by that point I was thinking I need to get some of my own work done because I've kind of been putting this off for almost a month now.
Oh yeah.
Which is one of those things. I'm not very good at balancing my workload sometimes, so I kind of need to do certain things as and when the opportunity allows.
Oh yeah, alright.
That's nice.
Yeah, all of this stuff, I said it last time, all of this stuff is just really cool, the things they come up with.
Oh, look who it is.
Alright. I'm guessing it's not actually DDD.
We'll see. Yarn DDD. Look at him. Try and give myself a little bit of distance here because I sort of remember what his pattern is, but I need to get one of these stars to throw at him because this is basically a classic Kirby boss in that respect.
Ah, okay. I was wondering how you're meant to hit him.
Yeah. Just trying to get the beads because I think this one's timed in a way that you most likely will have enough still, but you know, I just want to be careful.
He attacks again really quickly after you hit him with the thing, though.
Yeah, because what you're meant to be doing is once you've done that, he'll go over and I need to land on top of him here and knock one of the pins down from just off screen, I think. At least that's what I vaguely remember it being.
Okay.
I might be misremembering, but I'm pretty sure that's what you had to do.
Maybe you need to do the ground pound thing?
Maybe. I'll try that. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, there we are.
Okay, now you're gonna do your thing again. I have enough beads for the bonus level now, so I just really got to worry about holding on to him.
Right, yeah. You probably need to take out all 4 of the things to finish him.
Yeah. And not do that. God, he's just that annoyingly too tall.
Yeah. You just need almost a perfect jump to get over him.
I thought I would make that just off the edge, but apparently not. Yeah, one more.
Alright, well, we still got plenty of beads, so we're good.
Come on. Oh, I think he's doing it, maybe? Oh no, he's doing this.
Huh? How did you avoid getting hit?
I ain't gonna question it.
It probably only has a hitbox on the ground, I guess?
There we go.
Nicely done.
That was an eventful boss. Got the penguin patch.
Of course.
So Dr. Waddle Dee talking about fitting music for October. It's one of them ones that, like, Halloween isn't quite as distinct as Christmas, and that's why a lot of the music that has more, like, spooky kind of feel to it is less obnoxious to me than Christmas stuff.
It's also less overplayed. Like, you don't have radio stations playing only Halloween-themed music because there's so little of it to begin with, but also just because it's just not really a thing. So, yeah.
It's one of them holidays, and I think this is less the case in the US, but over here it's one of them that we just sort of politely nod to. It's not a huge holiday over here. Like, you know, every now and then you might get a kid showing up in a costume, but that's about it.
Yeah, over here it's definitely a big thing. Where we live, our house is so far off the road, we have a really long driveway. So we don't get any kids coming to our house for Halloween, because they would have to probably get their parents to drive them down through the long driveway, like through like trees and woods and stuff. So probably not likely that we're going to get a lot of trick-or-treaters.
Yeah, you got that little bit of a filter which helps out.
The previous place that we lived was in a very populated subdivision where you could look outside and there would be, you know, 100 kids that you could see just outside the door. And that's not even counting the parents. Like, that's where we were living before this place. So there was a very different, like, completely opposite end of the spectrum almost.
Yeah, the one thing I will say that I've never really understood about the US's take on Halloween, I see this from time to time of people talking about like what costume they're going to be wearing, and it's just like just a character. It's not like particularly horror themed or anything. It's just, oh, I'm going to be like this Marvel character or whatever.
Yeah,
that kind of seems to not be Halloween to me. Like, whenever you get kids trick or treating here, they're like a vampire or a ghost or something like that, you know?
Huh, that's weird. Yeah, it is completely different over here, as Halloween costumes are pretty much just anything that's even remotely popular.
No.
So, like, yeah, it's definitely just a completely different vibe, I guess.
And I saw someone asking chat about, like, the differences between this and the Wii version. We went over it a little bit, well, during the last session, but pretty much the main difference is, aside from it being on a handheld, they've also introduced different power-ups you can get in the level, so it's not quite the copy abilities from the main series Kirby games, but it's that sort of idea. And also about the voiceover sounding different, that's a regional thing rather than a version difference. Like, the US got a different voice actor to the UK.
Yes, that was the same in the Wii version, as far as having a different one for the region. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. I forget the gentleman's name, but the guy who did the UK one is a like long-term radio host. So like, it's just someone who's more likely to be recognised over here if you're actually cultured, unlike me.
Alright. I mean, he does have that kind of voice, so it makes sense.
And like the accent as well is a big giveaway. I love these levels so much. This is probably my favourite of these like little Kirby transformations in this game.
Yeah, this is really cool. It's also making me think of the Excite Truck run from a few years back, one of the marathons. That was a good one
fun. Too. Yeah, I like that game a lot, actually.
Yeah, I remember that was one of the first games that I had on the Wii, I'm pretty sure. And I remember having a lot of fun with it, even though the difficulty on some of the races does get kinda higher than it probably should be for the kind of game it is.
It's just kind of inconsistent, isn't it? Like, there's some levels that like you can basically do blindfolded, and other ones that are like perfect.
Right, yeah. Thank you for the 14 months of resubscription, not Stephen Fry.
Oh yeah, thank you very much. And your name is very fitting, considering the discussion we were having about the voiceover, in that the guy voicing the UK version of this sounds like Stephen Fry, but not.
Okay. Correction on that. That was actually 18 months of resubscription and a 14-month streak. I should actually read things before I say them out loud.
Oh, well, thank you very much, mate.
So this is the one that's just kind of no question. This is a Christmas level.
Yeah,
I guess.
like, you could say that right now on the overworld. It's on a Christmas tree. And it's an auto-scroller.
It's an auto-scroller, but that's fine. It's a vibe, I guess.
Yeah, it's like levels like this that are clearly just sit there and soak it in. It's much less offensive than when it's in Sonic and you just want to fucking go.
Right, yeah.
So I saw that comment, Axel.
I think having auto-scrollers is fine for like bonus levels as well, because it's not the required gameplay. Like, if you don't want to do it, you just don't do it.
Yeah, these bonus levels are entirely optional. You haven't got to do them to get anything really aside from just like the extra items that you can get for the apartment if you care about that.
Which we don't care about, but the levels themselves are generally pretty fun, so that's
Yeah.
why we're doing them, I guess.
Especially like the faster paced ones, and the next world that we're going to be going to does have a really cool bonus level that I want to play.
Ah, alright. Z Saber Slash in the chat says that Paul Vaughn is the narrator of the game for the UK.
That's him, yeah. Like, it was one of them names I just sort of had on the tip of my tongue there.
Yeah, like we were saying, Dr. Waddle, the 3DS version adds these things that are almost like the copy powers, so that you get things like the sword, a spin move, things like that. And they just kind of add a bit more to the game and change up how you can go through some of the levels. As Flame said, it does kind of destroy some of the, puzzle aspect to some of the things, but it's fine. It also makes things a lot smoother, like I said, so it works out.
This is definitely an easier version of an already easy game, and I'm not meaning to repeatedly keep changing the thing, it's just as I use the whip it picks it up again. Stop doing this, please!
You were definitely getting comboed in the wall there.
Just a little bit, yeah. Star Wreath, yeah. Remember a few of them going around. I did go to a Church of England school, so I have a lot of memories with things like that. Primary school, at least. My secondary school was a bit more normal and secular and whatnot.
Ah, okay. I like the use of the word normal.
You know what I mean.
Yes, I do.
Trying to be a bit clever there, didn't pay off. Okay, I want to go up this way because I see the item. And those are definite crusher spots, I'll say now.
Oh, alright. I mean, in an auto-scroller, there's always got to be some kind of threat of death, or in this case, just kind of resetting, I guess. Because there's not really a death state in this game.
Okay, I think I got that one. Yeah, that's in safe. Yeah, there are some pretty good UK dubs out there. Like, for me, I obviously have a bias in that respect. But, I do like hearing people talk how I talk.
I'm trying to picture what something like Xenoblade Chronicles would be with American voice actors rather than British, and I can't imagine it. It just doesn't work for me.
No, it just fits the world, really, doesn't it?
I mean, for whatever reason, British voice actors work really well in almost any kind of fantasy setting. Although I would say that Xenoblade's probably more of the sci-fi than fantasy. I suppose it's a melding of the two.
Yeah, it's kind of like takes a bit of both angles, really, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Speaking of sci-fi, I guess we're in the future now.
And I am trying to pay attention to what's going on here, because I know there are some points where you can jump off the roller coaster to get extra items.
Okay.
And I don't know if the fireworks going off outside are coming through the mic or not, but they're starting to annoy me a little bit.
I thought that noise was probably just the roller coaster cart, but it could have been the fireworks, which is probably going to make you worried, but I don't think it was loud enough to really matter.
That's alright then. But no, it's getting to that point. They're a little bit early now, but like usually it's from the start of November to New Year's. It's just fireworks every fucking night because people can't be civilized.
Oh, okay. That's a really long period of time.
Well, it's like they've got one excuse after the other. Because, like, Guy Fawkes Night, okay, fair enough, that's the day for it. But then they have parties going on the lead up to Christmas, and then they have stuff for New Year's, and it's just like, yeah, okay, fuck off.
Yeah. The sword makes this level so much faster because you don't have to unravel every one of those little things to get the platform out of them. That's actually really nice.
It's definitely making this go smoother than I remember it going in the Wii version. Oh yeah, I remember. I've got to use the Waddle Dee as a weight, so let's let him do his thing. She's a cool little mechanic.
Yeah, weight puzzles are usually pretty fun, I would say. There's times when they can be really obnoxious. Twilight Princess is probably one of the most obvious options in my mind, just because you have to move so slow with the weights that you're using in the Temple of Time for that one.
Yeah, right.
And Flame knows nothing about Zelda, so he just stays quiet.
Yeah, I'm just like, yeah, I'll take your word for it. Now, my experience with Zelda is pretty much like I played the first game, had not amazing thoughts on the first game, but over time I've kind of softened on that. But you know, it's a lot of the more puzzle-oriented stuff, which is pretty much the heart of Zelda, just really isn't my thing. So you know.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that the first game is not really that indicative of the rest of the series. But also, like, you know, if you don't like it, you don't like it, so...
Yeah.
I would say if you're interested in games based more on the combat, then really any of the, I guess, more recent 3D ones are going to be good options. I can't speak really much for Breath of the Wild, but I don't know how you feel about open world games either. But honestly, Wind Waker and Twilight Princess are pretty good.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I did actually play a little bit of Breath of the Wild, and it seemed alright, but wasn't doing it for me, but, you know.
I mean, that's how I felt about it too, so... I played it for a little while, and I was like, I don't really understand why I'm traveling between any of these areas. There's not really anything in the world to do. There's only 4 main dungeons because it's the beasts or whatever, and I'm just like, you know what? I'm good. I just kind of didn't really enjoy it that much.
Like, I'll be fair and say I absolutely get the appeal of Breath of the Wild. It's like having that big open world to just explore and whatnot. It's just, again, like, not my particular kind of playstyle.
Yeah, as far as Breath of the Wild goes, I definitely see the appeal as well, but I think I enjoy the more linear Zelda titles more. Skyward Sword is probably my favorite, if I really had to choose. It would be between Skyward Sword or Wind Waker. Probably Wind Waker if I really had to say, because Wind Waker is just so fun. But honestly, like, yeah, I don't like any of the 2D ones. I'll clarify by saying that I don't like the 2D Zeldas pretty much at all, and I'm not particularly a fan of Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask. So it's really just Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, and Skyward Sword for me.
I missed the thing. Yeah, that's interesting though, because it's like, Skyward Sword's the one that I hear everyone doesn't like, so, you know.
Yeah, I tried out Wind Waker when I was younger, like around the time when it first came out. I had rented it, and I got, there's a point early in the game where you have to sneak through a fortress because you lost your sword, and that was a point in my life where I looked at stealth in video games and went, no. I did the same thing with the original Ratchet and Clank when I played that, so, yeah.
Like, in fairness, I've noticed that my taste in games has definitely, like, I've come out of my comfort zone a lot more as I've been getting older, and games that I previously would have taken one look at and thought, nah, not for me, I've gave another shot. And like, I've noticed I've got a lot more into RPGs over time now. I have that bit more patience to sit down and put more time into a game, stuff like that.
I feel like I'm kind of in the opposite spectrum. I feel like if I'm not having fun with the game, a couple hours in, I'll just drop it. Whereas when I was younger and I had, I guess, less games available or like less things preventing me from playing games, I would just kind of do whatever. Like, I'm gonna be honest. As much as I love Metroid Prime, I don't see myself enjoying Metroid Prime 1 or 2 that much if I were to play it brand new right now. Because I don't know that I would have the patience for being lost pretty much constantly and having to figure out where to go. But when I was younger, I didn't care. Because I could spend, 10 hours a day trying to figure out where to go in a new game. That's not really a luxury I have anymore.
No, like, for me, what I'm kind of more getting at is that if a game didn't immediately look like the kind of thing that, yes, I absolutely want this, then because I was like depending on my parents buying me games back then, it was just like I weren't gonna just even ask for it in the first place, because it's like, if I get a game and I don't like it, then I've basically got to wait till like my birthday or whatever to get another one, so it's more of a gamble.
Yeah, I would say I was probably a very spoiled child in that regard, because there were a lot of times when I did end up buying games and not liking them. Like, I saw a game, Ikaruga, on stuff like G4 a lot, and I was like, man, this looks really cool, it looks so fun. And then when I actually played it, it's like, oh, this is really hard, I don't like it. And so I had to take it back to GameStop where I bought it, and of course, the same day, they would only give me like 20% credit or something, which is ridiculous.
No, I was very picky, and it's like, this isn't Sonic. I want to go fast.
Yeah, I never played Sonic games when I was younger. They had a console set up in the dentist's office where I used to go as a kid, and they had Sonic 2 on there, and I would play through the intro up to Act 2 of Chemical Plant, where the water would start rising, and I would get scared and stop playing.
That is a big filter level, to be fair. Guess I need to take the thing out of this one and then lead it to one of the others.
Yeah, I think so. You gotta do that. All right.
I might have been meant to do that. Otherwise, I just keep going up here and see what happens.
I think you do need that, yeah.
Oh, it's going. That's fine. It's followed.
It was just moving really slow.
Okay, let's go back over here and try to lead it. If I do this a bit, then it should stay on screen and I won't lose it.
Right, yeah.
Nope, it caught me. Pushed me like a little bit too much. Have we played the new Mario and Rabbids? I haven't, no. The first game is more of a strategy kind of thing, so it's just not my kind of thing.
Yeah, same. It's just not for me, I guess. I never really cared for the Rabbids in general, and I understand they are like not nearly as annoying in this as they are in literally any other media. But yeah, just not my thing.
I'm doing that for the extra beads, I swear. I'm not lost. I swear, I'm definitely not fucking up here. This is all intentional, all according to plan.
Alright. This kind of feels like a Sonic level a little bit, like a Starlight Carnival inside the ship or something like that.
It sort of reminded me of like the techno-based level from Advance 2 in a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Like just, you know, without completely blinding you when you play it on a bigger screen.
I guess it's reminding me more of Starlight Carnival in the DS version of Colors. Because that is almost entirely inside the ship. So you've got a lot of this kind of, you know, architecture, I guess.
I remember quite liking that particular level in the DS version.
The only thing I don't like about it is the parts where you have to, well, actually, I'd say there's two things I don't like about it. One is when you have to slide under the blocks in certain places, which you have basically no time to react to if you're going at any kind of decent speed. And the other thing is actually at the end of Act 2, where you have to move on the sit on the slow-moving blimp for a long period of time before you get to the end. And there's enemies that come in from off-screen and will hit you without being able to react to them.
Well, that's like the usual Dimps caveat, really, isn't it?
Right, yeah. And they'll hit you and knock you off the blimp, and of course it's a bottomless pit below it, so it's, you know, it is what it is.
Forget what level's next. Mysterious UFO. Oh, never mind, I remember this one. I think this is the one with the low grav mechanic.
Ah, okay. That's usually pretty fun in games, but we'll see how it works here.
Pretty sure this was one of the more fun ones, like we can just sort of float up here.
Oh, yeah, okay. That does seem pretty fun. If it's not like a thing that makes it really hard to get anything done, then it's usually a pretty fun gravity mechanic.
It's pretty much the SO2 low grav, the way it works there.
Okay, well, I haven't played that, so I guess in this case I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, gotta get one back here.
I do intend on playing it soon. I've got to play it before Sonic Movie 3 comes out, so I actually know what I'm getting into going into that.
Well, I obviously recommend it, but then it is also my favourite video game of all time, so you know.
Yeah, it's like that. I mean, I've owned the games on Steam for a long time. I just never got around to playing them.
Oh yeah, you can't ground pound these for the low gravs in action, which makes sense, but because I have the power, I can just do that instead.
So what are you meant to do without the power-up? Throw something at them?
No, you're meant to go find one of these switches which turns the low grav off.
Oh, okay.
And so it's like you're alternating between what areas you want the low grav on for and which areas you don't.
Okay. At least it's still a case where you need to turn it off, because I don't think you can use the sword to go down. So.
Nah.
Oh, are we gonna do sessions of the Sonic Adventure and Adventure 2 randomizer, Axel? Because I'm gonna tell you right now, you're probably going to actually kill me from laughing too hard if we do those.
I've got to say, the stream that Tom and I did of the Sonic Adventure 2 rando is probably one of the times I've laughed the absolute hardest continuously through that entire 4-hour stream. That was fucking amazing. It's
Yes, they're so fucking fun. It's It's one of my favorite things to watch. It's just, I end up laughing so hard that I end up falling into a coughing fit, which is not good.
I like this. You can use the momentum from like doing the whip attack, just to lift you up that little bit higher.
Yeah, I like that.
I'm not gonna bother getting all of them beads, but yeah, no, gotta get a few of them. Alright, where's that gonna take me? Okay, he's going up, that's fine.
Yeah, the whiff is like really great for this. So it's probably a good thing that you ended up losing the sword.
Well, I have the bomb now, so that kind of takes its place, but still.
Yeah.
Space food. Okay.
Space chefs must be really dry people.
Now, because I turned the grab off, I can do this. In fact, let's actually get these blown up. In fact, no, that's going to take too long, so I'm going to stop myself now. Because I can see where this is going.
Yeah, it honestly looks a bit fiddly. I don't know about that one.
Although I have this power now. No, that's still going to be a pain in the ass, so let's just carry on.
This is like the best blending of all the game mechanics that I've seen so far in this game, because the whip is so useful, and just like being able to float so far with the low gravity, like this is honestly just looks so fun.
It really is, and especially when you get a lot of distance, that is so satisfying. And I've just seen what section we got here. Do a bit of that. No. Trying to... Oh, I know what I've got to do here. Got to use the momentum from this to bounce me over to that one. I've done this before, but I'm fucking up.
I feel like it would have been easier with the hat power-up that you had.
Probably, but I did it as God intended, and by God, I mean good Phil. There we go, that's the one with the arrows. Probably shouldn't have done the dive down there, so let's do this.
I'm vaguely recalling this level from what I remember of Chugga Conroy's playthrough.
It's one of the most memorable levels in the game to me. Just because, you know, like, all the flying around and shit I've been doing. When I think of fun shit you can do with anti-grav, this is one of the levels that comes to mind.
Yeah, for sure. I also remember, like, the things you gotta spin around like that to be able to get to new places.
I think I've got to go up the top first to disable the low grav here. So one more. There we go. You can cycle back round with intended gravity.
And I guess that yarn Waddle Dee there is in case you need something to throw. I suppose.
Yeah, he respawns. I think I might have been a little bit late on that one, but we'll see.
I think it was a bit late, yeah.
Oh,
yeah, there we are.
It just has to brush against it a little bit, doesn't it? I see Damus and Axel in chat talking about the Chow Garden in SA2. I feel like the Chow Garden is one of those things that people either put a lot of time into or no time into. And as a child, I was the former.
Okay. I feel like if I had played the game when I was younger, I probably would have put a ton of time into it. I'm one of the weird guys that likes the command board and Birth by Sleep, which is something that almost no one likes. So I feel like I could spend a lot of time grinding Chow Garden stuff. Now, whenever I get around to playing it, I'm probably not going to bother, if I'm honest.
Fair. It's just, the thing with the Chow Garden is because it's so in-depth and there's so many different possibilities of what you can do with a Chow, and also the fact that it ties back into the main game as well, so there's always incentive to replay levels to get more Chaos Drives and whatnot. It's like, it can be an absolute time sink if you want it to be.
Oh, okay, yeah. I don't know how I'm just realizing that the spin move draws in beads. Like, I'm sure I noticed it before now, but I never really truly caught on to the fact until I just saw it a moment ago.
The sort of mini double jump thing's going to make this a lot easier, because that means that I can sort of cheat a little bit when I get to those sections, like with the spinny platforms. There we go.
Oh, that's a chow that the rando gave you, Deimos? Jesus Christ. I thought that was a lawn chair or something.
You might have to give me a TLDR on this.
I don't...
Post it in the Discord, I've got the window open on the other screen, in, like, our chat.
I don't think there's a way to describe that accurately using words in the human language.
Okay. Yeah, just put it in our conversation.
That big pink thing on the left is the chow.
What the fuck? It looks like it's just like a mash of assets that he hasn't known what to do with.
We'll, I guess we'll put that in the description on the video on YouTube so people can see it.
Fuck.
Ooh, that took you back pretty far. I guess it's got to put you on what it considers to be a safe platform.
Yeah, basically, and I've lost me swing thing. Although I've got this hat one again, which not the most useful, but it will do the job. So I know there are more items over to the left, like if you go back on yourself, but with this particular level, it does take quite a while, so I'm gonna play this one mostly just like as a straight run through.
Seems like the safest bet.
Well, it's not even that, it's just it takes a long time and this level can get a bit samey.
Yeah, we're kind of at the point where the worlds are taking long enough that the level tropes are overstaying their welcome maybe a little bit.
I don't know, like, it's more so like the individual levels that you kind of get a bit more, okay, I want to do the next thing now, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Because I feel like the fact that, like, it's got the different levels from each world, and yet, like, you know, each of the individual levels is unique enough from the one before it, that I don't mind, and yeah, I'm just being stupid here.
Yeah, it's true, I guess. This is very different from like the stuff that was inside the spaceship and the gravity level and stuff. And now we've got this. I definitely remember this. This is really cool.
This is my favourite song on the soundtrack. The song's called Outer Rings, which is named after one of the bonus levels we'll be getting to soon. God, I love this.
Ah, nice. Kind of wish I was talking about Ikaruga when we got to this, because it's this kind of game.
This genre of game, like the shmups in general, they're one of these series of, like one of these genres that I have been consistently terrible with for many, many years, but I also just appreciate the gameplay cycle.
Okay, yeah. It's, I mean, I've made it pretty clear over the years of my time in commentating that I don't like difficult games. And that's pretty much what the entire genre of shmups is, so definitely not my kind of thing.
There are some exceptions, like one of the games that I've covered on the stream before, GG Aleste, is like basically a beginner-friendly shmup, which I appreciate it for. Like, we've covered that on the stream, and we've also covered Zero Wing as an LP a few years ago.
I watched that one, yeah.
I think it's kind of obvious why I picked that particular game, but it's a fun game in its own right.
Yeah, for sure.
Getting so many beads here, which after the mess I made of the first half of the level, I'm so glad about.
Well, it's too bad they're all, like, tiny beads, so they're not actually worth a whole lot, but yeah, it is still nice to be getting a bunch of things anyway.
Like, it's less about the actual total and getting the bonus at the end, and more that it just feels satisfying to pick them up. I haven't actually had a look at how the Adventure 1 rando works, because it feels like the kind of game that is probably less flexible for things like that, given how the individual stories work, rather than like SA2, where it throws you into the next level one at a time.
Right, yeah. I guess it's also because SA1 also has, like, hub worlds, and I don't think SA2 does.
Nah. Hope you have no plans for the next 3 weeks, Spa. We might be here a while.
This boss is giving Flame quite a bit of jip, and unfortunately it's just kind of how it is. It ends up being a very tough boss, especially after we've been sitting here for this long trying to get around his patterns and quick movements and such.
Or while trying to preserve beads, because I kind of need the patch.
Right, yeah.
And the bouncing off the walls don't help either.
Yeah, it's reading a double tap to do the car, which bounces you off the wall, which is not what you want.
Alright, let's get the hit in now, and that should be enough to push me up close to the silver at least. Okay, there we go. Now he's going to speed up a little bit. It's like you kind of need to go into the car to move away from his shots fast enough, but that it's also not the kind of thing that you can just stop right away.
Why is he doing like 3 projectile attacks in a row? This is not what we want to see.
No, I was a little bit late there. Come on. Down. Down, boy. Come on. There we go. Okay. Hit. Nice one.
All
Let's
right.
get some more beads.
It's got the gold.
Yep, now hopefully if I hit this one it should push me like a healthy amount above the patch. Projectile, please. Not that. Not yet, at least.
Of course, now he's refusing to do the projectiles when he was spamming them in the previous phase.
He knows exactly what we don't want. So you say there's an opening when he lifts the sword up like that?
Yes,
Yeah.
just like that.
Nice one. Okay, so that's probably going to be our strat for the next round as well, because this is where he goes stupid and starts doing like wind effects.
Yeah, I think it's so tough to hit him that way though, because he does like one set of projectiles after another sometimes, and you're having to dodge the rest of the projectiles before you can worry about throwing the thing at him. And he raises the sword up the same way for the big sword attack as he does for the windmills or whatever.
Okay.
There he is.
Is this it? This is
I
it.
think that's it. Thank Christ.
Okay,
Oh.
I haven't been timing this. I'm curious how long that actually fucking took. That must have been like a good 25-30 minutes on that fucking boss. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that was rough. That was a really good run right at the end.
Oh,
though.
nice.
It's 69 on the streak. Let's go.
You know what? I take back everything I've been saying. Perfect boss. On the plus side, we've only got one more world left, and I don't remember the final boss being anywhere near that annoying.
Mm-hmm.
Did it.
I think I recall it being, like, moderately difficult, but Meta Knight's, like, the worst thing in the game, if I recall correctly.
It's kind of a shame, because in Forgotten Lands, the Meta Knight fights are pretty cool. Been almost 40 minutes, Jesus fucking Christ.
It doesn't feel like it. I'll say that much at least. It doesn't feel like it's been that long.
On my spot, it feels like it's been 3 fucking hours.
Well, yeah, I guess that's, yeah.
Thanks, Kirby.
But like, this game just has a way of, now we get back to the cutscene with like the cute little wall characters, and it's like, I can't be mad.
It's kind of a tonal whiplash almost because of how tough that boss is. Again, it would be easier if we weren't worrying about the patches for the bonus levels, but we want to make sure all of those are shown. So yeah.
And like, one of the bonus levels in this world, like I said earlier, is just really fucking cool, so I want to do this.
I think I know the one you're talking about, because when I was looking up the video for the old run to figure out the trick with the sword, I think I saw a bit of that level, so I know what you're talking about now.
Magic had been restored. Be careful, Kirby. Yin Yan is one mean piece of string. He'll be fine.
That's an expression.
After all, I'm going with him. And they all set out for Dreamland to button up Yin Yan's story once and for all.
And DDD came along too.
He decided he was invited. Okay, we're in Dreamland, but we're going to go back to Spaceland when it lets us in a sec.
Okay. Yeah, right, we got to do the bonus levels. It's odd that it automatically throws you into the next one, because I don't think it usually does that.
No, it don't. And now I can't remember how to get back, unless it is just go to the edge. Huh. Am I being dumb here?
I'm not sure. I don't think there's a way to go back.
Oh, never mind. There's the quilty square thing there. I am being dumb.
Oh, okay. See, I didn't know if that was a level or something.
Alright, so now we can go back to Spaceland.
Yeah, I feel like it just would have been nice to not automatically throw you away from this. Especially if you got the patch for the level.
Yeah, because it breaks the convention that is set with every other level transition.
It makes sense by what happens in the story, but like, you could have that cutscene happen after interacting with an object to like send you to the next thing. So like, I feel like there's a better way it could have done it. Not that it like it's a really terrible thing. It's just kind of strange.
Yeah. Moon base. So this is the first of the two. We get more anti-grav. So this one I think is the shooting level. Yep.
Yes, it's the mecha level, which is what I saw in the thumbnails when I was looking at the video for the sword attack.
It's the other one in particular I'm thinking of, but I do remember this being quite fun as well.
Guardsman, our entire shtick is asking dumb questions, so you can ask as many dumb questions as you like.
Absolutely, yeah. I assure you, no matter how dumb the thing you say is, I will be able to outdumb you. Down you go.
Tom has been ill ever since he went to the Goose Fair. He caught a cold and has been unable to do basically anything. He's still posting on Twitter a lot, so if you want to follow him on his Twitter account, at ntom64_LYFE, you can find out like stuff that's going on with him there.
Yes, so like once he's back, you guys have got Xenoblade 3 ongoing, so that's probably the next thing that will be going up once Tom's better, more of that. But then, of course, we're going to be doing Sonic Frontiers when that's available as well.
Yes, and Axel and I are going to be continuing to do the randomizer streams even once Tom is back, so definitely keep an eye out for that kind of stuff as well.
Have you decided which one you're going to do next? Because I saw you were talking last night about like deciding between two different games.
I think we're going to do a showcase of the Resident Evil 4 randomizer. It was either going to be between that or Resident Evil 3, and that's just so similar in the randomizer setting to 2, which we just did, that it would feel a bit redundant, unfortunately.
There's no reason you can't go back to it another time. It's just maybe doing back-to-back is a little bit overkill.
Yeah, for sure.
See, in this level, I don't care about the beat, so I can just tank it.
Right?
Quite literally, since I am in a tank.
And once we get into November, Axel and I are going to be continuing our run that we had previously going of Final Fantasy XII: The Zodiac Age. With Axel being on CoCon for that instead of Tom, for multiple reasons, but we'll be continuing that and then doing some more randomizer streams, basically trading off every other week for that, just so there's, different things going up.
Yeah, and also, if you keep an eye on the Discord, Snake streams several times a week as well, so that's usually early hours of the morning my time, but he does all different kind of things like playthroughs and multiplayer streams and whatnot.
Yes, I think every Monday generally is a multiplayer stream with Snake, and then typically on Sundays, I want to say, is him doing like gaming backlog stuff. I think he's been going through some of the Kingdom Hearts games recently, which is pretty cool. If you want to see a completely like fresh perspective on those games, because Lord knows you're not going to get that from me and Tom, the amount of times that we've been through those series.
And that's the one thing with the group where I've always kind of been the fish out of water there as, like, not at all a Kingdom Hearts guy. Alright, outer rings. God, I love this music.
Oh, I see why you like this one now, because it's the shmup.
It's a shmup, it's a full shmup level. And it's got this song playing all the way through.
Nice.
At the end of a world like this is kind of like the catharsis level you want from it, really.
Yeah, when you have something that's just kind of easy is a word for it, but just kind of really simple fun after a really tough boss fight, it's just so nice to have, really.
It's kind of why I like some of the more simple, like say supersonic bosses that we've seen over time. The Final Hazard is a piss easy boss, beat it with your eyes closed, but it also follows the Biohazard, the Bio Lizard even. So, like you have the tough boss and then you have the I'm now just gonna finish this fucker off.
Yeah, for sure. I would even say that Final Hazard is not that easy, probably for a first timer, because I've seen people have a lot of trouble on it.
It's, I would say, one of the easiest bosses in the game, at least, just because like there's not really much in the way of hazards. At worst, you sort of get knocked back a bit, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah. A lot like what's kind of happening there.
Yeah. That's also I lost my bearings because I wasn't expecting Prince Fluff to show up there. So it's like, there's a new thing to look at here. I wasn't expecting that.
You know what? I completely forgot about this. There is one shmup game that I actually do like quite a lot, if you even consider it part of that genre, and that's Beat Hazard. But I suppose that's kind of an entirely different beast.
I'd say that counts. Like the gameplay base level is pretty much just shmup levels that's generated from whatever music's playing, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think some of the most popular videos on my YouTube channel are doing like Beat Hazard for Reach for the Stars and It Has to Be This Way from Metal Gear Rising. So like that's like, for whatever reason, those two songs in particular, which is like the only two that I picked, ended up getting like thousands of views when I usually get like 40.
Well, I mean, like, they're cool songs with a like sick as fuck visualizer, aren't they, really?
Mm-hmm.
This guy's name, I think, is Kraken, but I always feel like I'm butchering that. But this is a regular Kirby boss, so...
Yeah. It's like Krakow or something like that?
Something like that. Yeah, it's Krakow.
Krakow, yes, alright. It's sad that my experience with this boss is actually more so because of watching streams of I Want to Be the Boshi than because of the actual normal boss fight.
Oh, I've seen a bit of that Trombone Champ game. That actually looks legit fun. I missed the CD, but I got everything else.
The wonderful YouTube algorithm that's like, oh, you watched one video of this thing? It must be your new obsession. Here's 40 million other videos about it.
To be fair, though, it usually does work.
Yeah, I guess.
That's the beautiful thing about just YouTube's search and discovery system as it is, in the fact that so many people put so much time into trying to game it, but the machine knows more than any human does. Yeah, Trombone Champ is an actual game, gold member. Like, I've seen people play through it. It's like a rhythm game kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't really know anything about it. I just know that it got like super big for some reason.
Well, it's a bit of a meme game, but it also looks like it's a genuinely fun, like, rhythm game underneath all that.
Alright.
Let's go down here. Yeah, like, some of the songs that it's got on the soundtrack are just like different national anthems and things, and hearing them played on a trombone is hilarious.
Alright. There we are.
We're doing things. Come on, let me up, and then I can do this. And fuck that guy's day up. There's wispy words.
Nice.
I didn't fuck up jumping out. That's always a good thing. There he is. Seeming a little bit limp this time around.
He's even crying. That's great.
That's a great clip to take out of context.
Believe me, I've said worse things on these streams.
Yeah, they did sort of screw him over a little bit, just making him an obstacle, but then he's never exactly been that threatening of a boss to start with. Yeah, the yo-yo will come in handy here.
Yeah, that's going to clear out those blocks down below.
Mm-hmm. Because there's things like that where these powers do kind of break it a little bit, because I think what it was expecting you to do was to bring an enemy with you. In fact, no, it's just to get through there, never mind.
Ah, okay, yeah.
So you were meant to go the long way around anyway. When will Wispy Woods get a chance? I don't know. There's part of me now that whenever I make a jump, I'm still like, is the low grav on? Because I spent so long in them levels. Sword. Again, that makes that a lot easier.
Mm-hmm.
It's not worth it for them beads.
Nope, sure isn't. But that thing we can grab.
Mm-hmm.
It's just nice to sit and vibe to. Always good music.
Part of why I like Kirby so much in general, honestly. These games, like, aside from one boss, which won't be named, this has been an incredibly comfy game to play through again.
I'd be interested to hear when we get done which version of this game you really prefer. This or the original Wii.
I'm starting to have opinions, but I'll hold off on that until we're done with the game.
Right, yeah. Hello, precious.
Bless her.
My cat coming to get attention.
Oh yeah, the Wii version looks better, but that's just because it's a higher resolution.
Oh yeah, I mean, the 3DS has never been a console that looked good for pretty much anything.
Although saying that, the 3DS version of this game is definitely a lot more saturated than the Wii one, so I feel like that's more of a subjective thing which you prefer. Because I personally quite like the subtlety of the Wii one, but I can kind of see why people might lean more towards this, just as a general use of colour thing. Please stop going into the car. There we go.
I think the subtlety kind of works really well with the aesthetic of threads and stuff, because you kind of get that not really dirty aesthetic, but it's just kind of actually made out of threads and wool and stuff.
Yeah, it feels a bit less gamey and a bit more of this is just an art piece that they're going for this look for. There's some more wispies. Also, again, like it's probably more of a practical consideration, the fact that people are going to be playing this on a smaller screen, so they want everything to pop up that little bit more.
Yeah, this is true. It also means that you don't have to turn the backlight up as high, which means you'll conserve battery life.
Yeah, which, in fairness, I don't tend to do that anyway, but people who actually go outside with their handheld devices might have to.
Right, yeah.
There's one of the things, I sort of get why, that became less of a consideration over time, given a lot of people, if they're playing games out and about, they mainly just stick to their phones now, but, I do kind of miss stuff like this.
Outside is a new game, but the graphics are pretty terrible.
No quality of life features either, fuck that. That looks like a trap. So I'm gonna not destroy the path underneath me.
Are they really on Galaxy S22 model for phones now?
I have an iPhone 5. I've had this phone for so long now. Like, it's one that my parents gave me when I started college, back in 2013. And given how phones in general are, and especially Apple shit is, I've kind of got this thought at the back of my head that if I accept that it kind of barely works anymore and buy a new one, then they've won.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Right.
I'm not giving in to that.
There's also, wow, I'm kind of surprised that didn't land on the 5-star. There's the thing with Apple products where if you don't update them, they just stop working entirely. In some cases.
Well, with the iPhone, what it mostly is that newer applications that get made are made with newer versions of the operating system in mind, but the old hardware can't run the newer operating systems. So it just very quickly becomes outdated.
Which is a thing that they could make not happen, but then they don't get as much money. I mean, there's a difference between stuff not working on an old phone that's from 10 years ago and stuff not working on an old phone that's from 4 years ago. There's a pretty big difference between those two things, I guess.
Yeah, there's some stuff that I don't expect an old phone to run HD apps and shit. That's entirely fair. It's just, I don't approve of Apple's general practices for this kind of thing, so and it's not like we say Apple was the example there, but it's not like other manufacturers are all that much better.
Right, yeah.
Got a bookcase.
I thought that was ice cream because of the thing on top.
Don't need that extra 100 beads. Oh yeah, I've had the battery replaced in my phone, but I had that done unofficially. Apple, they have their dedicated shops that stop supporting it after a while. But the guy in the cheap little phone shop down the road, he does whatever the fuck he can do.
Right, yeah. I know there's tons of YouTube channels of how to keep your Apple products up to date or whatever, or get proper hardware for them past what Apple actually wants you to be able to do. I am getting quite a bit of lag on my end now, and I hope that's not coming through on Discord, but I am recording locally, so that shouldn't be an issue for that.
I can hear you okay. I don't know how the stream's looking, guys, if you want to let us know if there's any drop frames or anything. Apparently I've got 0 drop frames on my end, so the stream itself should be fine.
Yeah, I feel like it's just on my end.
Maybe.
Probably either mom or dad are watching something on demand, which is going to use up bandwidth.
Yeah.
As long as you guys can hear me just fine and I'm already recording locally, it's not a big deal. So I think we can just stick with it.
Yeah, I'd say I can hear you okay. It's just as long as you can hear me well enough to know what I'm on about, which, I mean...
I can hear everything just fine, it's just that the video itself freezes every so often, but that's not a huge problem either.
I need to get one of these and hold on to him. There we go.
Shame that we lost the sword power back there, but it happens.
We'll live. I was a little bit limp on that bomb at the end there.
That level seemed very short.
Yeah, that's another one where I think there's a lot more hidden items off to the side and whatnot.
Ah, okay.
But don't worry, there are some longer levels in this area to make up for it.
Oh, okay.
The pinwheel patch.
While you start on the next level, I'm going to go get a refill on my drink, so I'll be back in a moment.
Yeah, go for it, mate. Where are we off to next? That's cute. Well, it was. Spoke a bit too soon there. Could just be Discord being Discord. Yeah, that does happen sometimes. Some of these servers are inconsistent with each other. And also, Discord's audio quality in general is not the best. Another thing, on a good day, if you have the connection going at full, it's like 64 kilobytes per second, which not really ideal. Oh, this is gonna look stupid with a yo-yo. Yeah, I cheated that a little bit, but oh well. This is just another one of those nice relaxing environments which I like. That seemed like the equivalent of running up a down escalator, but it worked. No, I didn't want you to do that. Ignore that, please. I made it.
I'm back.
You alright? You just got back in time to see me get shocked by this guy?
Yeah, I saw a couple of those pitfalls earlier too.
Yeah, goody. Well, you're just being fucking rude now, mate. I swear you should have finished by now, but I guess not.
That goes on for a really long time. What the hell?
Yeah, like, it seems like he just keeps going, like, fucking hell. Let's try doing this way again, though. Oh no, he's just not gonna let me, okay. Never mind, that doesn't matter that much.
Maybe he's like, you need to grab an enemy and try to hit him.
I could swear I got a hit on him, but it didn't do anything.
Huh, alright. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, we just pretend none of that happened.
Alright. Having the double jump definitely helps.
Absolutely, yep. Wash him up.
Oh, the side-along shmup.
The horizontal ones. So yeah, this is more akin to like, you know, your Gradius, your Zero Wing, that kind of thing. That one section in Mario Land, which is kind of cool.
Sounds like popping balloons over and over.
It basically is that as a sound effect, doesn't it? It's sort of like the Unleashed doorbell. I remember there being a section like this in Star Allies as well, which I remember liking quite a lot. One of the escape sequences.
Those little bullets are so hard to see on the background.
It'd be easier to see if I was actually looking, to be fair.
I mean, no, I was looking for them, and I'm like, I can't see the black, like, little bullets against the dark blue background.
Never mind, didn't need the CD. There he is. Let's try and get some revenge. This is literally the fucking Mario Land boss. Actually, I think this was in Kirby's Dream Land, I want to say. Something similar to this, at least.
Jeez, Kracko, why does Mom let you have 2 boss fights?
In fairness, one of the others was in a bonus level.
Yeah, I guess so. That's true.
So it's not like he was a main boss twice. Bye, bitch. That's enough of that.
That's a good point that I've just seen on Twitter. The Halo killer ended up being Halo itself, because Halo Infinite was so terrible.
I heard kind of mixed things about that game. Like, the main thing was that like the campaign weren't ready at the start, was it?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I haven't heard the best stuff since 343 took it over.
Yeah, that's pretty much the consensus of what I know as well.
Because I like the original trilogy a lot. Reach was fun. But yeah, you know.
I liked the Forge games in Reach. That was about it. The campaigns were fine, but I liked the multiplayer more.
Well, I mean, like, Halo is just a game you play multiplayer, really, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Oh, we had great times doing Forge games long ago. Still, some of the again, some of the best videos on my YouTube channel is doing stuff like King of the Hill, or not really golf, but like some of the other games where you use some of that kind of stuff. It was just a hell of a lot of fun.
So this one, there's a direct path and these paths off to the side. Mostly the way they work is they take you to an enemy room like this, and if you beat all the enemies, you can just get an extra thing hidden behind the painting. Some of them are easy, but there is one of the like Mega Man 2 kind of deals where like you only get one shot at a certain thing, or you have to die, and I'm not going to bother with that one if I fuck it up.
Okay, yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, you gotta remember when Rooster Teeth was good?
No.
It was once, and then it was the 2010s, and time moved on. Like, early Red vs. Blue was fantastic, and I'll stand by that. But it's also the kind of humour that the kind of crowd they caught in these days wouldn't necessarily stick around for. Oh, this is going to be stupidly easy with the ability here. I hadn't considered that. I'm still not sure about the other one, because like you sort of have to throw bombs to certain places, which can be fiddly if you fuck up, but we'll see.
Okay.
Castle DDD. That's exactly the castle we're in.
Found the castle inside the castle.
Yeah, Risk became too corporate, and like the problem sort of escalated from there. Can I still do this with a double jump? I'm taking the piss a bit. Let's try standing on him. No, guess I can't go through the door when I'm in that form. Oh well.
Alright.
Let's just go on.
Mm-hmm. I feel like this is a common opinion, but this is probably my favorite Kirby song.
It's one of the iconic ones, isn't it? DDD robe. Our cosplay's coming together.
We stole his clothes. Robin and Blind.
He'll live. He must have more of them.
Deimos is asking if we think he should go to McDonald's for dinner or just make some mozzarella sticks. Neither of those options sound healthy. Please eat real food.
I'll just say I'm not your mum. Do what you want.
I mean, yeah, that too.
I'm not exactly in a position to preach about eating healthy, I'll say that much.
I mean, that too, but like, yeah, honestly, McDonald's is fine. Fine is a very good word for what McDonald's is most of the time.
Yeah, I like McDonald's. It's just also not one of the things that I would immediately go to a lot of the time.
Mm-hmm. The nice thing about McDonald's, at least for us, is that it's very easy for Mom to handle in terms of being able to feed herself, because she can hold a hamburger, even with all the Parkinson's and everything. So we usually get it for that more than anything else.
Yeah, it's like an easy enough thing to have as a treat, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. I do very much understand the conundrum of, like, do I be lazy or go get food? That was very much a very common thing when I was at university.
It's a common thing for me whenever my parents are away, and you can probably guess which side usually wins. Oh yeah, I'm going to be able to cheat this. I'm not meant to be able to go down there. You're meant to have to pick up the bombs and do that in the right places, but no.
Okay.
Although that's making things a little bit more awkward, because I seem to have lost the power-up. So I'll just use this one and make do.
I think you might be able to, especially if you can get the mid-air jump off of the whip move.
At least I have multiple options now, like I'm not just reliant on him.
Right, yeah.
I need to throw it up. That's what I'm doing wrong. No, see, this doesn't seem to have the 8-directional thing like some of them have, so I guess it is just I've fucked myself anyway.
Ah, okay. That's unfortunate then.
It's because I lost the double jump one, because I could have had it if I kept on that.
Yeah, it like flew off the screen instantly when it went away.
Yeah, because it'd be that one that it opens up. Look at this big fucker. Oh no, never mind. This is that thing. Look at the lad.
Nice. And it's a platform to climb on.
Mm-hmm. If I can press buttons properly, that is. And there's Yin Yang.
Well, I have good news for you. The video lagged very hard on my end, so I didn't see what happened.
I shot myself into the spikes with the cannon. If you could choose any Kirby game to get a remake on Switch or the next gen system, which one would you pick? I'm not sure really. Maybe Robobot so I can play it in HD. Because like that's one of the ones that I want to play but I haven't got around to yet. I'm getting the point now as I find myself into spikes. Fuck you, Axel. Yeah, you could remake Triple Deluxe while you're at it as well, because they play quite similarly. Oh, here he is. But yeah, like you say, having both Triple Deluxe and Robobot on one cartridge, that'd justify a full release. Because they're both pretty meaty games.
Get our 500 off the first boss and move on.
Yep, that's the start. I think that's the safe spot for that, yeah.
Yeah, you can walk up those slanted things to get to the window, but like, it's so not worth it.
I don't know if you can actually make it up to the top, because they cross over and it sort of obscures it a bit.
Right, yeah.
Try and get as many of these as I can. Now he's going to start... Oh no, he's got one more of these and he starts throwing enemies out.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. This is the part that I hate because there's so much on the screen right now, I can't actually make out where the enemies are and where they're not. As long as I pick up everything that I'll lose, it should be okay. I'm gonna try and farm another round out of him.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Go back to doing your thing. Nope, I can't farm another round out of him, that's good.
Okay.
By that I mean that's not good at all, and he's gonna break the platforms.
At least the hundreds stayed around.
Now every time you get hit by these scarfies, some of your beads get thrown into a pit. Okay, so this is the fake out ending. I need to hold on to that gold ideally and then just spam the shit out of him.
Yeah, this is definitely the best run we've had up to this point.
Don't jinx it. Right, so what I'm gonna try, I was thinking out loud about this earlier, I can't remember what takes are getting used and what aren't at this point. So I'll just say I'm gonna try and hug the wall at the back left there and just shoot the fuck out of him, and hopefully that should preserve my gold while letting all the ones that spill out of him hit me eventually.
Yeah, it does also mean you're probably going to get less hits, but as long as you are still getting hits, I think it's fine. Maybe move forward a bit to like grab some of the beads that he throws out, but that's about it.
Yeah, what I'm worried about there though is that if I get hit, if I'm on the left I can pick them back up again, whereas if I'm on the right then they go under him.
Yeah, when they get caught on the right side, that's the really bad part of this fight.
I think just the final impact itself should have enough beads to push me over, as long as I don't lose too many of the ones I have now.
I think you're on the final bit of this fight now, so as long as you stay on the left, I think you're okay.
I'm still getting a few spilling out of him here and there, which are landing on me, so that's something at least.
Yeah, for sure.
Did I just find a way to game the system? I have.
You're basically doing zoning at this point.
Pretty much, yeah. Okay, let's collect all of these. Yep, I got it. Nice.
Yeah. Alrighty, there we go. All we had to do was go left. It's because you played Sonic so much where you have to go right. It was just entirely against what you know.
Okay, I can reach that again now. Guardsman 14. So Flameless doing this, giving you a taste to DK64's Diddy Barrel flying levels or Banjo's Canary Mary levels. I'm not too keen on like monotonous, repetitive stuff there. I was sort of losing me cool a bit with that, and that was just me fucking up. So, you know, I'm fine. And I also don't really get on that well with N64 jank either.
With Yin Yan's spell broken, Dreamland returned to its normal state of peace and quiet.
At this point, I don't think that really is Dreamland's normal state.
Well, I guess this is goodbye.
I feel like Dreamland's normal state is just a constant world of chaos.
Yeah, like, it's peaceful one day, then suddenly there's some weird outer space
As long as
god
you have
thing
this
taking it
magic
over.
sock, you can visit me anytime. Until then, Fluff said as he returned to Patchland. And that's the story of how Kirby and Prince Fluff defeated Yin Yan the Sorcerer and restored
And we
peace.
restored King Dedede, right? He's not still a yarn monster?
Don't worry about that. Not everything needs an explanation, Spa. And there we go, that's the main game of Kirby's Extra Epic Yarn. I think what we're going to do, since I need to step away for a moment anyway, we're going to mute our mics and let this credits theme play, and then we'll come back and we'll worry about the bonus levels. So we'll see you in a few.
See you in a bit, guys.
The next day, Kirby fell asleep in some shade. He dozed happily with wonderful dreams and held the reminder of a dear friend, even though it smelled a bit.
Okay, so we're done with the final boss. We got the beads we needed to unlock some bonus levels. Ignore the slight discrepancies in the file time, that's fine, nothing happened. And we'll be going on to the bonus Dreamland levels. In full disclosure, I don't remember much about these.
Alright, well, it'll be new for both of us then.
Well, not new, it's probably one of them where I'll look at the screenshot in a sec and think, oh yeah, that one. But you know. Bye. Not sure what he was hoping to achieve there. Metamelon Isle. Are you guys into the fan lore that Kirby's killing everyone on Earth? Some of the Dark Kirby theories are funny, but nah, there's no ground to them.
Most dark theories about otherwise generally wholesome games or characters are not that interesting in general.
I feel like they're a product of their time. I'll say that much.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
Like, if it's 2006 and you're on a fucking creepypasta wiki, then it was probably amazing. There is something I miss about that sort of wholesome cringe, though, from back in the day.
It's a byproduct of the time, really, that can never be replicated, even if we do get to a point where something like that is common, I guess, or interesting, or whatever word you want to use. It's never going to be the same because the entire feeling of the internet is different now.
Yeah, it's been taken over by normies, so I feel like people are less confident in sharing that side of them. Because it's like, it used to be that any sort of like gaming or anime forum or whatever was consisting entirely of, you know, the nerdy kids. Whereas nowadays it's like, kids now go on Twitter, where all their friends from school are. And so like, they're less inclined to be doing shit like that.
I mean, people are very open to sharing the things that they like on Twitter now, so I don't think it's that anyone is against sharing what they love. It's just that maybe it's because they are open to sharing it that things are so different. I don't know.
I'm so glad we got another train level. I was really excited for that.
Deimos, you're not supposed to get in the oven with the mozzarella sticks, just so you know.
Yeah, is it feeling a bit too toasty in there?
This is a neat kind of bonus level that just goes through all the different transformations. This is such a nice thing to have, like, after the final boss.
I am enjoying this, yeah. Maybe not that much, but you know.
Well, alright, well, we found the actual final boss, the ultimate enemy that Kirby cannot beat.
Yep. The Waddle Dee with a spear.
That's floating slightly above your jump height.
Basically, yeah. Oh, I got the CD.
That was cool.
Didn't get the red thing, but I'm not too fussed.
That was nice. I like that.
Yeah. That's a cool badge. Galaxia Sword Patch. I think that's one of Meta Knight's swords, because you can get that in
Yes.
Forgotten Land as well.
I'm pretty sure it's the one he uses in Smash Brothers. So that's like one of his most iconic ones.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go into his airship. Do you remember that one Meta Knight ship level in Subspace Emissary where it's literally you just hold right with no obstacles whatsoever?
No, I don't remember much of Subspace Emissary at all, actually. I've been meaning to give it another shot at some point, just to kind of replay it, because it's been basically since the game was relevant, since the last time I played.
See, the thing is, the one thing I remember about Subspace Emissary is it being painfully dull.
It is. But it's also got kind of a charm to it that isn't in any of the other Smash games, I think.
I kind of guess, like, it was before Sakurai went on his whole, like, why bother putting cutscenes in the game because people will put it on YouTube thing, which I still don't get.
Yeah, that was not great. It also does have the cutscene of Sonic showing up at the very end of Subspace Emissary and being one of the hypest things ever if you didn't know about it.
Oh yeah, like Sonic's appearance in general, like even though it was obviously thrown in at the last minute, it's still fucking cool to see.
Yeah. Also, hey Keith Bassett, welcome to the stream. This is pretty much the last level we're doing because we finished the final boss, and this is the last of the bonus levels in the game.
Well, what we can do before we wrap up, I probably won't do all the minigame levels, but I'll do one of each just to get a feel for that, because that was something else that was added into the 3DS version.
Alright.
I'm teasing it a little bit, it really wants to shoot me. Just look at going up and down like that. There, I'm hitting both bits at once so at that angle.
If you wanted to, you could show off a level on the Devil Mode difficulty.
Yeah, let's do that actually. Because I have seen what that is and it looks so fucking stupid.
I'm interested to see it now because I didn't even think about that. That's that difficulty mode is an added thing for this version because people complained about the original being too easy, right?
Yeah. I'm probably losing more than I'm gaining here, but fuck it, just roaming around and shooting the fuck out of everything I see is satisfying.
Yeah, like this is just kind of really fun catharsis kind of thing.
Yeah.
I do like the point that you're picking up like 5 beads at a time and getting hit loses like 600 though.
It be like that sometimes. The bead economy is doing about as well as the pound. I don't like that it goes that dark purple when you get hit, because that just blends in with the background.
And all the beads fell to the floor so you couldn't pick them up.
Yeah.
Because the floor was off screen. Fortunately, we don't really care that much in this one because we don't really need to get the gold medal or whatever.
It's a shmup, you bum rush your way through, right? Okay, them flamethrowers went a bit further than I was expecting.
Right, yeah.
Like, because the other ones have always just been like a little bit that's immediately in front of them, haven't they? Fuck it, any beads I drop here I'm going to immediately pick up, so why does it matter?
That's it, that's the Giga Brain strats.
Yeah, got a problem? Stop caring, no problem.
I can't imagine trying to go through this game and get the gold medals on every level. I feel like that would be so painful.
Yeah, like even just trying to get relatively smooth runs for my playthrough of it a few years ago, that took some time because it's the kind of game where it's sort of expecting that you're gonna tank your way through a few hits, isn't it?
Yeah, for real.
Yep, that's it for Dreamland. So let's go back to... not Wispy's Forest, I'm pressing the wrong thing now. Let's go back to Grassland and do the first proper level, but on Devilish mode. Fountain Gardens. In this challenging mode, you'll be hounded by devils as you make your way to the goal. Try to finish with as many life pieces as you can. Collect a lot and you'll unlock rewards. Okay?
Okay, well, this sounds awful and completely ruins the entire thing the game is going for. Should be fun.
Well, let's play it before we make the judgment, I guess. Okay, so there's the guy who's going to be following us. And it's changed the music, which I'm already not a fan of.
I assume that you can't do anything about him to, like, get him to leave you alone.
Let's try. Okay, I can stop his projectiles, but I think that might be about it. Okay, let's just play the level and see if he tries anything. Oh, rude. I've already got everything, so I don't need to worry about that really, but... also, force a habit.
Yeah.
Oh, I can get beats out of him.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so that scared him off for a while.
Oh, alright. This doesn't seem too bad, but I imagine it gets way, way worse in the later levels.
Yeah, when you're playing the levels that are like actually difficult, having another thing in the way, and the fact that I'm pretty sure that's enabled for the bosses as well. And I don't want to be doing that Meta Knight fight with this fucker in the way as well.
Oh, jeez, yeah.
So him being here, that's obviously accounting for the fact that I have these extra abilities, given it's all in like the new mode. So I guess I don't feel too bad about using the ability things on him.
Yeah, I think Prince Fluff back there was holding a gold star, which I have not seen yet in the game, so that must be like a huge set of beads if you grab it.
Maybe. I want to go the other way, really.
I like how he just snaps into place if you get above him like that.
Now, I wonder if he's going to stick around here, or if this looks like he's fucked off.
He can't really do anything to you here, so...
I suppose if they wanted to, they could make him like an extra obstacle if he starts throwing stuff at you while you're in the tank. But nah, this looks like it's just going to play out as expected. But I did get a hit there, and that's
that's
thing.
right, you actually have, like, health. I don't know if you actually, like, die, like a normal death state in a video game when you run out of health, or if you just, like, lose out on rewards or something.
I don't know if there's enough hazards left in this level to test. But yeah, like you see on the bottom screen there, you got the health spinema thingy. Yep, 2 down. Might just tank it and hope for the best strat doesn't work in this mode. Who'd have guessed? This is sad.
Oh, that was moderately interesting.
I could see maybe if you're replaying a level after the fact and you want something just a little bit different, then like okay, but I also don't I wouldn't have asked for that. Like I wouldn't have played the original game and thought, you know what, I want something like this.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot less egregious than I thought it would be. I thought it would be much more annoying. Like they were gonna fly around like the Mario Brothers 3 Sun kind of thing.
Yeah, like I could really do without that, so I'm kind of glad it wasn't. But yeah, like Goldmember says, I think the most annoying part of that is the fact that it changes the music. And so it's got like the Vile mode in Mega Man Maverick Hunter X thing going on, where it's like you want to hear the level themes because the level themes are really good. But no, because this one particular thing is happening, you've just got to listen to this generic music instead, because that track that was playing, it wasn't offensively bad, but I wouldn't want to do a whole playthrough with that playing.
Yeah, that's going to be over every level that you do in that mode, which just sounds awful.
Okay, so we've got 2 mini-games. We've got Slash and Bead, DDD, Go Go Go. Let's do Slash and Bead first, as Meta Knight.
Sounds like we're going to be either playing as Meta Knight or using the sword powers, so should be fun.
Collect fuse beads and defeat as many enemies as you can as you head for the goal. I did look over this and I've sort of got the gist for what it is. You've got to just collect these new beads in the level and not lose them. It's pretty self-explanatory, so let's get into that. There's only 4 stages. Ah, okay. I did say we got a prompt earlier that we'd unlocked more stages for this, so that makes sense, I guess.
This is kind of cool, though.
Yeah. This is so liberating after that boss earlier. Jesus Christ, look, I can be the annoying prick. So yeah, I'm building up that meter, and that's what gives me the special attack. No giant purple penis sword, though.
Unfortunate.
So this seems more like just a get the score kind of game, but you know, for the kind of game it is, that's fine.
Mm-hmm. The beads in this mode look like Fruit Loops, though.
Now, what they look like is, you know, like the little things that like some artists use, where they put all of the beads onto a thing and then iron it together. They look like them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's pretty self-explanatory. I'm saving that power for when there's more enemies on the screen. Like so.
Right, yeah.
That worked. I feel like maybe having Meta Knight do the full 360 with the sword is a little bit broken, but oh well. Because like, at that point I might as well just always have the super attack.
You kind of almost do. You build it so fast. Honestly, this does seem really fun. I understand why they only made it 4 levels, because this could also get really old. Or just like kind of uninteresting, because you're kind of just really overpowered. This could get old really fast. So yeah, this is a neat little addition, though.
Yeah, this is just like an extra thing you play to kill a bit of time, but you know, I'm flying around to Meta Knight. This is cool. The music's pretty good as well. Okay, another round of these. Look at him go.
Goldmember says it's just Meta Knight trying to get his breakfast.
No, I'm literally just mashing buttons there.
Yeah, no, it seems like it.
Finish. Oh, and he does the thing to go away as well.
That's cool.
Yeah. Got an A rank.
Nice.
Rank C, then rank B.
A slightly larger green blob. A bigger blue blob.
What
Let's
is
go.
this meant to be? It sort of looks vaguely like an A shape, I guess. Yeah, perlers, that's what I was thinking of, Goldmember. Okay, let's have a look. Oh, they're mats. I wouldn't have got that. Okay, let's go over to DDD.
Alright, that was pretty cool. Hopefully the other game lives up to that.
DDD, go, go, go. Yep, so collecting more of the beads. Dash, jump, and swinging the hammer. That makes sense.
okay, this looks like more standard gameplay because you're not going to be flying all over the place like Meta Knight.
So it's an auto runner. Well, not really auto running, I can slow him down. Okay, yeah, this is pretty self-explanatory, but at the same time, giant penguin, big hammer. You can kind of see why I'm enjoying this.
It is very Sonic-y, actually.
Yeah. That just looks like Nabbit from the new Super Mario Bros. Games. I wonder if they'll be doing another one of them at some point, because it seemed like they went through a phase of doing loads of them, and then just stopped. No, I keep jumping into the things, but I guess that's kind of what the goal of the game is, to work on your reaction times.
Yeah, this is definitely a thing that you could spend tons of time on optimizing and everything.
Yeah. Oh, that was a lot shorter than the Meta Knight one. Alright, let's do one more stage of that since it is so much shorter.
Yeah. Get more of these blobs that I guess are mats.
Yeah. Looks a bit flat for a map. I wouldn't do any like flips or anything on that. Yeah, it is a bit like Bit Trip Runner. You're right. Let's do the hardest one and just see how it compares.
Assuming that stage 4 is going to be the hardest.
Alright, yeah. Oh, look at him! Oh, there's some strategic bounce back. Yeah, they're doing some cool shit with this.
Ah, this is really cool.
It is. Oh,
like,
look!
This is the kind of thing you want to see added to, like, a new version of a game.
Absolutely, yeah. Because it's not deviating too much from the previous game's mechanics. So it's like, it's pick up and play, you know what you're doing already. It's just something extra cool to do and a little bit of fan service using the other characters as well.
Oh, yeah.
Nope, didn't mean to do that. Yeah, okay.
Again, some really nice music, too. The spinning gears seem like they're a bit tough to land on and actually get working, though.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure exactly what it wants from me there, because it runs for a certain distance, then he just falls off. I shouldn't have jumped. Oh, there's a time limit. But I made it anyway.
Yeah! Get your Fruit Loops, DDD.
Enjoy yourself, DDD, my boy. Yeah, that only got a C, that makes sense.
That's alright.
It's the bonus thingy, the minigame.
Alright, that was pretty cool.
Yep, so let's get back to the title. Okay, so I think that will do us for Kirby's Extra Epic Yarn. I'll say, like, I've been sort of back and forth on whether I prefer this over the Wii version. I feel like the inherent benefits of the higher resolution do win out. I feel like just seeing more on screen and that does help a lot, and also just the control scheme of the Wii version. Like, I'm not too fond on the motion control parts, and I feel like for stuff like, say, the train mechanic, I feel like that works better on 3DS. But on the whole, I feel like the Wiimote controls better than the circle pad here.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like if you're looking to play this game, either option is valid. I feel like both of them are fun games in their own right. It's just a shame that for this handheld version, the maybe control makes the sections that are just a minor annoyance in the base game an actual nuisance. Like the Meta Knight fight, like some of the dodging things, you know, like when I was collecting beads in the final boss.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's still Kirby's Epic Yarn, and it's still a game that I really enjoy a lot.
It's a shame that it came out right at the end of the 3DS life cycle, and I think as we looked up last time, the price has been blown up exponentially because of that. So, unfortunately, if you want to grab a new version of Kirby's Epic Yarn here, you're probably going to end up with the Wii version just because of the price difference.
Yeah, like we were saying earlier in the playthrough, though, I'll reiterate here. The Nintendo eShop on 3DS is shutting down soon. I don't remember the exact date that's going to be, but if you're thinking of getting a digital copy of this or any other 3DS game, that's your option there. You can go download it from that for a limited time, but if, again, you want to be quick on that. I do wish that this port, instead of being on the 3DS, it came out on the Switch and was in HD. I feel like that's kind of a self-explanatory opinion as to why, but you know.
Mm-hmm.
As for like adding funds, you have to add funds on the website if you want to buy Wii U or 3DS games now, Gold member. Because I feel like, actually, I'm not sure if that's the thing in the US, but in the UK, at least, in accordance to a certain like security law that got brought in, like their credit card system was outdated, and they, I guess for whatever reason, didn't want to patch it on the Wii U or the 3DS, so now you have to go to the website that has the new system, add funds to your account there and do it that way, which is kind of obnoxious, but, you know, Nintendo gone Nintendo.
Mm-hmm.
I've enjoyed playing this game again, and I hope you guys have enjoyed watching us, and we'll see you next time for, was it Resident Evil 4 you and Axel were doing, Spa?
Yes. Be Resident Evil 4 randomizer this weekend. I believe we're working on Sunday this weekend, so nothing on Saturday.
Okay, so yeah, keep your eye out on the Discord in case anything else comes up, but until then, we'll see you next time, guys.
Bye, everyone.